Hello, everybody. Yes. Hi, um, Johnny Viral. Hi, Awesome Stella over on Twitch. Yeah, I'm earlier than usual. I've excuse me. Sorry. I've been trying to like find new balances with because I've talked about how I tried. I am still trying. I am still gonna try and stick to the Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule. But I am also trying to find more ways to increase my reach while also still maximizing my output, which has been hard because I have been very consciously trying not to do so many stream highlight videos. I am trying not to engage in drama, um, which is not always easy. But more than that, I am just trying to be able to still deliver enough content at a high enough quality that I can pay rent and continue to pay down debt in the hopes that hopefully I'll be able to move. And I've reached this very frustrating nexus that kind of necessitated me. Well, it's a couple things. I came to the idea today of like, ooh, what if I did research streams on days where I'm like writing and doing research? And you look so good. That shirt is your color. Thank you. I don't know. Oh, Steph is pretty. Thank you very much for the heart and 13 months. Clabarella 83. I don't know if you just subscribed, but thank you very much for the subscription. Modding is going to be kind of sporadic and no chat ads. You're totally good. You're fine. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to do a, I guess more of a chill stream. I really want to work on expanding my stream base, and becoming a more regular streamer, because I think one of the big problems I feel is that when I do things like streaming, I do need more mods. When I do things like, going to LA and streaming from the protests, I think the reach is hampered by the fact that people don't realize how often I stream. And so like I don't know, there have just been a lot of logistical things that I am trying to deal with. And I actually need to, because it's getting a little hot under these lights already. I'll be right back. I'm going to go change the AC, and then we'll be good to go. Love you, baby. Alrighty. Thank you very much, Fighting Hobbit. Have some pennies to celebrate you getting Twitch to work. I assume you hit it with a crowbar. I did nothing. Yeah, the like Twitch being able to work with YouTube and stuff, I knew that if I came back to it in a couple days it would work fine, and lo and behold it did. So not too terribly surprised there. Cardinal, I think you're in. Yeah, if you want to be, let me see if I can make you. I don't have my phone with me. Oh wait, hang on. Carnell, you're in the Discord server, right? I'm pretty sure you are. Nope, wrong one. And I'm also thinking, like, I am trying to also hold my feet to the fire more on doing consistent writing work every day to help maximize this output. Because there are some days where I'm just like, oh, God, I don't feel like fucking doing anything. Hey, Miller, the charming, magical boy. Let's go. I have to log in. Sorry, give me 1 second. We're gonna. All right, I'll be right back. All right. There we go. All right. Yes, Carnell, I will make you a mod, I believe. That way we have one. You're doing fine. I'm so glad there's a non-binary person out there on Twitch. Visibility is fucking important. Thank you very much to Liv Teeter. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, awesome Stella. Yeah, Fighting Hobbit. House just voted 473 to 1 to release the Epstein files. Oh, is Blaire White a Christian now too? Yeah, she's talking about her Christian arc, which, gosh, who could have seen this coming? Okay, good God, this is a nightmare to look at. All right. So I will be... It is a comfy shirt. I got this, like all of my good clothes, I got this thrifting, so... That's not me. What the hell? Why would you ever? Where's Carnell? There you are, Carnell. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, Twitch, you are the fucking worst. Sorry, I'm just figuring out Twitch shit. No, it's fine, Carnell. The other part of this is that I really want to get my stream hours up. So I'm not gonna say it's great, like I'm not gonna say, hey, waste my time. But on the same tip, I'm not like worried about time right now. I'm trying to, like I said, bump my stream hours up, bump my monetization up, etc. Oh, Hermione Madsen, I have a very special, unique magic card I wanted to send you a photo of. How do I do that? Twitter DMs is probably... Twitter DMs, or if you're on Blue Sky, that's probably the way to go. Oh, fucking... There we go. All right. Carnell, you have been modded. Jason, thank you very much for 20. Hi. Hello. Blaire's going Catholic. You know what? I haven't watched it yet. I'm very curious what the final Squib, you look amazing as always. Oh, gee, I wonder who that could be. That's not you? Okay. What are you doing? Okay. You gotta go work? Bummer. If only we could be little cowboys together on stream.
never be a boy.
Cat girls together on stream.
Thank you.
Z Surge 123. Thank you very much for following. Chuck Grape. Chuck Grape, I went Catholic once and it wasn't that bad. My parents gave me Zelda 64 for my confirmation. Okay, first off.
Sick.
My partner wants you to know that they think that fucking rips.
I'm going Catholic now for Zelda for my confirmation.
For Zelda 64?
Yeah.
Okay. So first off.
I would prefer Spirit Tracks. You know what else?
God damn it. Now I'm going to have to listen to the goddamn Spirit Tracks soundtrack for the next 2 weeks. Blaire goes Hawaiian. Have I seen the Trump-Clinton stuff? Yeah, we talked about it last stream. Fighting Hobbit. Someone showed me a picture of Pulchra from Zenless Zone Zero, and I'm like, huh, apparently I'm a furry now. See, this is... I have this theory that you are always a furry if there is one character that can turn you. Like, you were always just that. It's not like a... Like, because every generation has its first domino furry character that will completely change hearts and minds, going from... Stop it. Stop that now. You're going to get my stream taken out. Like...
No, I forgot. Copyrighted music. No.
Yeah. Going all the way back to, like... Think about it. You had Crystal from Star Fox 64, or Star Fox 64, from fucking Star Fox Adventures. You had Lola Bunny in the early 90s. You had Luna from fucking Hell of a Boss in the last couple years. You have fucking whatever chick that you're talking about.
Simba, Nala.
What?
Simba and Nala from The Lion King.
Honey, those aren't anthropomorphic.
Doesn't matter. When they're wrestling, you're like her.
Those are just lions, though.
Stop it! You're outing me.
You outed yourself. What? Lola Bunny ruined everything? Yeah. Gadget from Chip and Dale apparently started a Russian cult. Do you mean the actress? 'Cause... Huh? Yeah, the amount of people popping off with Crystal from Star Fox Adventure. Yeah. Carmelita Fox is another one from Sly Cooper. I think Rivet from Ratchet and Clank is going to be a big one.
That turtle from Over the Hedge.
Stop speaking.
I don't know if they heard that. I'm gonna go and chat about it.
No, don't. You don't gotta tell them about the turtle from Over the Hedge, honey. Where do I get my fits? This I got thrifting. This earring I was part of a set, but I just got these. I haven't gotten to go for the last 2 years, but Spirit Halloween clearance always has some cute stuff. But yeah, thrifting or clearance or sales. No, tell us about the turtle. I'm not going to talk about the turtle. Oh, God, yeah. Captain Amelia from Treasure Planet. Do you remember the...
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I just said, do you remember? And my partner's like, oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
You're a freak for that. You're such a freak.
Sid from Ice Age.
Stop it. You're just doing it on purpose now.
This is my hear me out cake. This is my anthropomorphic hear me out cake.
I would slap that cake out of your hands. I am throwing that cake at your face. Fight and Hobbit. Been a lot of revelations about my sexuality this year. I wonder what other stones are left to turn. Probably a couple. Yeah, you'll be surprised. We need a poll for how much of chat is furries.
We do.
Are we... All right, let me see if I can do that. Really quick.
female.
Nah, fuck this. I can't. I ain't fucking around with all this shit. I guarantee I have yes, people already popping off in the chat saying, ooh, I'm a scaly. That's flirting. I know this kind of flirting. It's a little cute, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, I'm absolutely flirting with my partner. Who, me? You just standing there all looking all cute and innocent while you talk about hear me out with Sid from Ice Age? Fucking goof ass. Queer Hermione, thank you very much. Hermione, thank you very much for following. Fighting Hobbit, oh, that's adorable. You don't know what a scaly is?
Don't look at me. Why are you looking at me?
You're the one who peeked in. What are you talking about?
I didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything. Do anime cat girls count? That's still a cat. That's still a cat girl.
An anime cat girl.
Okay, wait. Are we talking like Miri from Magic the Gathering cat girl? Or are we talking like here's an anime girl what has some cat ears? Because those are very different. Like there's a delineation between like Khajiit and just like, look at this girl, we put some ears on this cat girl. And by the way, liking anime cat girls does not a monster fucker make. So that's stolen monster fucker valor.
That's funny. That's really funny for you to say. I think you're a little wrong though.
No, I'm right. Sorry, you have to hand in your monster fucker card.
First of all, no, I don't, because I would absolutely let Mothman ravage me.
Oh, Mothman is so basic. That's like, ooh, okay, you're wow, ooh. Mothman, get the fuck out of here with this weak shit.
Wow,
like, ooh, yeah, no, I'm attracted to a bipedal monster. Oh, daring today, are we?
Wait, do you have more caffeine?
Not for you.
Oh.
I literally have no money. I'm like,
I'll give you caffeine before work. It's fine.
okay, because I'm like overdrive. Another reason I wanted to stream is to beg for money because I'm overdrafted by like $70. I woke up and a bill came out. I know. It's okay. The YouTube check is coming soon. Battle Nun Helena, thank you for following. Yeah, no, okay. Mystic Judge, see, streaming middle of the day is great for me. Poll started. Oh, let's go. Hello from Germany. Hi, Itri Vega. See, and you know what? I gotta stream more like this. Is the poll started in where's the poll started? In Discord or here? No, because Felicia has more than just cat ears. Felicia is a proper monster. She is just also a cat girl. She got them big paws and grippers. What?
I don't have anything to say. I just came over.
Why?
I love you.
Okay. F Gamera, kill Godzilla, marry Mothra. That's a tough one. You might be my boss, DD, but I shan't stand for this Koa slander.
Who said that?
Johnny Viral.
Hell yeah. Johnny Viral's my fucking guy.
Johnny Viral, you'll be happy to know that Koa says you're their fucking guy. Helping me slack at work? Woohoo! Let's go. Someone here is into driders, I guarantee it. who could that be? That would be quite. Is that you? We're all trying to find who it might be.
We got our best dogs on this. Lady
Robin's aviary, like 20 minutes. What's like 20 minutes? Yeah, like I said, I'm lackadaisical as fuck today. That's why I'm streaming in the middle of the day, because I kind of want to try just a more chill vibe stream. RDY2810, thank you very much. For $5, do Lamias count? Yes. Well, yes. I mean, it depends. Okay, so for me, the delineation between like a monster fucker is how inhuman a creature is. Because like, if you're like, oh yeah, no, I'm totally into monster fuckers, and then you're like, example is Lestat, a vampire or something. I'm like, ooh, good for you.
Wait, but where does werewolf fall for you though?
Werewolf is pretty solid. I mean, okay, but it depends. For me, it depends on also how fucked up the werewolf is. Because if it's just like, oh, this is basically just that one furry character from Beastars, like it's just like, ooh, this just a big wolf, like whatever. But if it's like a Witcher werewolf, like if it's like fucked up and like wide eyes and gangly and stuff, then that's monster fucker valor.
Can we walk it back to the thing where you're talking about how people, if they have just one person that like makes you take over, then you've been a furry the whole time. The concept of someone who's like one was a thing from Beastars, like very obviously furry media. I like I'm very akin to like having like, oh fuck, Judy Hopps got me. Judy Hopps what got me turned into a
Oh
furry.
my god, Judy Hopps got you so down bad. That's crazy to say.
It's not me.
Every day I get to say sentences that have never been said before.
I don't know if that's.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if that is that.
You know there's.
I know there are some real hopheads out there.
Don't call them that.
I know there are some real fucking hoppers happening out there over Judy Hopps. Brooke Moore, thank you for $5. I don't have much to give, but I love your content. Also, yeah, anime catgirls don't count as monsters, not enough teeth, claws, or tentacles. Also, all true. Black Sheep, holy crap, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to Wine Grow of the Pudding, Miss Evelyn Rose, hi Evelyn, Decime, Darkfish, and Catalado. Dee, are you aware of the Zootopia abortion comic? Of course. What was I, born fucking yesterday? Leshen. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I want the Leshen from fucking Witcher. See, that's a proper monster fucker choice. Also, I would accept the bride banshee that you have to fight. It's one of the Velen quests where you have to like exorcise the soul of a dead bride. But I feel like, again, you get into like a weird overlap between monster fucker and ghost fucker.
Wait.
What?
You delineate between the two?
Yes, of course there's a delineation between monster fucking and ghost fucking, because a lot of ghost fucking is just people, like things that just like look like regular people.
Fair.
Like, and at that point, it's like with a vampire, it's like, okay, if the point of a thing is to just look like a person, then like, ooh, good for you for being attracted to it. Like, don't say you're about that shit, and then real heads are out here talking the talk.
Just like, I'm crazy. I like to have sex that's assertive.
It's like everybody thinks they're Harley Quinn until they meet a real Joker. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, what if we put down the stream and touch grass for like 30 minutes?
What if we put down the stream? What do you know about Italian brain rot, honey?
I know that it's better than ours.
I don't think that's true. Ghost monster. Cathmore, that was an interesting point to join the stream. See, this is how I do when I'm just off script. I got nothing going on. What about Melina? Depends on the game and the depiction. MKX Melina, peak monster fucker design. Never will be beaten. The other Melinas where they try and make her like the other Melinas, she looks too good, you know. It's weird because I don't like MK9 Melina. I think that brand of Baraka jaw looks so terrible. It always has the Tarkatan jaw, because it just looks like a face full of teeth that can't even. It all just looks like the rubber mask from that original Baraka model. Yeah, or however the fuck they did that. If they put like pixels over it. Hi, Zombinary. Oh, Melina from MK Deception. Now you're talking. Like, she had that sexy veil and stuff. Let's go. Here, let me... Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. Slappy Meats, thank you. But when a regular human drinks your blood, it's just a goth kid fucking around. When a vampire does it, it's a powerful, dangerous, supernatural craving, slurping your life essence, and that's some good monster shit. Like, yes, but again, I think it comes down to the physical form, because that's all, like, well and good in vampire fiction. But it's also, like, that's the point, that's the, like, thing about vampires is that they are made to be sexy, whereas something that is more intimidating, that might have an element of being sexy or things that we ascribe to being sexy, you look at people like, the fuck, like what are they on? Like let me look at again, Witcher series goated for this, but Witcher vampires, that's a real motherfucking vampire. Like, I need my vampire, the older they are, the more fucked up they need to look. Like, if we're talking, like, real elder vampire shit, I need them grody. Yeah, get you some of them 30 Days a Night vampires. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And okay, I'm gonna make a contentious one here, but I think Dominic Purcell as Dracula in Blade Trinity, because towards the end of that movie, he has the weirdest fucked up, like, dragon form. This. It's like a predator skeleton guy. Like, that's a good design to me. I'm not gonna say it's a good movie, but God, what's her name? Not Parker Posey. Also very good. Mother Miranda's monster form. Yep. Does Hellboy even count? You know, I would say yes, but again, more on the fringes of, like, I feel like the more humanoid your form and the more, like, recognizable, when you get things like, you know, it's the same thing with, like, Twi'leks from Star Wars, where it's like, yeah, everybody would, you know, get all up in Aayla Secura given the chance. But at the same time, that's just a hot blue lady. Like, at the end of the day, it's not that weird to be like, yeah, hot blue lady. She's just blue. You know, I feel like that's kind of the same thing with Hellboys, that that's just a hot red dude, generally. But if you were to be like, you know, what's the fuck, like the, what are those weird little bat things that suck on the Millennium Falcon's hull in, I think it is in, Empire? Somebody else is gonna know this shit. The Minox. There you go, Ghosty boy. See? And yeah, I think, like, the Minox, like that's a real fucking hear me out. People are gonna be like, Twi'leks, hear me out. Come on. And somebody said the battle droid. That battle droid from, like, see, okay, robot fuckers is a different thing, because I think that comes down to personality for a lot of people. Where you have, you okay, Harnish? You okay, Harnish? Saying Day of the Rope in chat? Aren't Twi'leks head tentacle thingies literal sex organs, though? I think it's more of like a communication device, but it's been a while since I fucking cleaned up on my lore. Raptor Blue sub. MK4 Reptile. Wait, MK4 is that's when he was still like weirdly. No, MK. Okay, no, I think you're thinking of Deadly Alliance. Because MK4 Reptile, I think he was still fairly humanoid. But then one of them, he was just like, yeah. So he's still like relatively humanoid here. But then you go to, is it Deadly Alliance? Yeah, Deadly Alliance Reptile. Now that's a fucking monster. Look at this guy. Yeah, just boot harness. Like okay, but wait. Before you do, do you think that I am offended by you? Like, do you think posting like what veiled slogans in the chat is like, ooh, like you're on YouTube, take a fucking walk through my videos, dog. I go through worse stuff on purpose regularly. Like, you're gonna have to do so much worse than that, buckaroo. Lusty Arconian maid cosplay. Ooh, I mean, I did do a Double Trouble cosplay. That was years ago though. I've lost yeah, I lost a lot of weight since then. Or well, I've lost weight, but I've also gained a lot of muscle and I've toned a lot since then. No, they took care of him. Thank y'all. Thank you, Brutus. Glacius from Killer Instinct. Yeah, I think Glacius. There's an argument to be made for Glacius. I feel like a lot of Killer Instinct characters could go that way. At what point does a plant monster or vine monster go from monster fucking to tentacles? I mean, or plant fucking, or are they inherently both? I feel like there's overlap. Like, there's definitely overlap. Oh, goodness. Just the entire Darkstalkers roster? Like, yes, but also, like, I have a Morrigan statue, and I feel like Morrigan is the peak of, like, not actually that scary. I have no hopes for the Street Fighter movie. It cannot be worse than, I don't know. That first Street Fighter movie has kind of become a weird cult classic, but that second one, Revenge of Chun-Li or whatever the fuck is. Yeah, no, Talbane and Rukio are like, yeah, up there. For sure. For sure. Piranha Plant from Mario. You've lost me. You've lost me. If you want to do, I'm sure there was like a Piranha Plant Bowsette equivalent. Man, remember when Bowsette happened? That was cool. Bowsette brings me back. Yep. Did I play New Vegas? Yeah, I've played New Vegas. It's so fucking weird. I was just talking to somebody about playing New Vegas. I was just talking to Violet Okami about it. 50 Cent is bad for movies. Remember Expendables 4? I do. Expendables 4 still better than Expendables 3. And that's my hill and how I die on. Here's the official Dead Domain ranking of Expendables films for everybody who I get it all the time. I get so many comments, emails. I have a whole stack of handwritten letters asking, Dead Domain, we know what you think about politics, but please give us your assessment of the Expendables film franchise. And here I will give that now. Number 1, with a bullet, unimpeachable, Expendables 2. One of the greatest modern action movies you can possibly get. Its clearness of vision is rivaled only by its sheer brazen, wonderful stupidity. And it's the only one that manages to really be consistently entertaining, completely fucking gonzo, and self-aware in a way that never feels cloying. Expendables 4 is probably my number 2 for mostly 2 reasons. 1, prominently features Megan Fox. I don't know why I'm like this. 2, there is a scene where a character drives a motorcycle with machine guns mounted on it through the deck of a ship. And that's awesome. And then Expendables 1, number 3, that one scene with Terry Crews with the big guns, still really good. Most of that movie, pretty boring. And then Expendables 3 is dead last. Fucking aside from like having Kelsey Grammer and shitheads like Mel Gibson, fucking snooze fest of a movie, honestly. Hell yeah. No, yeah. 2 was the one that brought in Chuck Norris. 3 was the one with all the MMA stars. Expendables 2. Expendables 2 is a film where Jean-Claude Van Damme plays the villain named Jean Villain. And it is, what is this? Yes. Yes. That's, poll ended. 9 people voted. 64% said yes. My chat being furries. Thank you very much, Black Sheep, for subscribing with Prime. It is so good because it's one of the only ones that allows all of the like quote unquote characters like personalities to shine. The writing isn't just dog shit abysmal. Having Arnold and Bruce Willis raid an airport with Stallone is so like, I'm sorry. The scene where Arnold Schwarzenegger and Bruce Willis commandeer a smart car to drive through an airport while Arnold goes to take, like, to open the door of the car and accidentally rips it off. And then they just have an open car door that they are, with an automatic shotgun, just blasting out of as they're driving through the airport. It's fucking peak. It's peak. It hasn't been beaten. It's good. Irish DC, thank you for 21 months in a row. Sup, by the way. Sup. Oh, yeah, no, I've seen Bullet Train. Bullet Train whips. Yeah, no, exactly. Steven Seagal not being in Expendables makes that franchise just a little bit better. I think it is incredibly funny that of everybody they got, nobody ever invited Steven Seagal. Like, all of those people don't like him, which is just very fun to me. Oh, yeah, Robin Xavier, Speed is maybe one of my favorite action movies. Like, just a goddamn perfectly paced film. Keanu is so good in it. That's a movie I would watch over and over again as a kid. Don't know why, but it's one of those movies that now I love to show it to people and then laugh at all the lines as they're coming up. Like everybody talks, about Pop Quiz Hot Shot, but to me the best line in that movie is when Keanu Reeves is commandeering this dude's car, fucking knocks the door off of the car, completely is wrecking it, and turns to the guys he's about to jump onto the speeding bus and goes, "I'm gonna need to take the phone." And the guy just throws up his hands. He's like, "Take the phone," even though his car is, all fucked up now. So, great. If you've never seen Speed, go watch it. Speed 2, not so much. No bueno. Do I have a soft spot for Time Cop? No, unfortunately. Oh yeah, I'm taller is such a good fucking line. It's such a good line. There's so many great. Oh man, Dennis Hopper is man. Hey babe,
Yeah.
do you want to watch Speed later?
Do I want to watch a Keanu movie?
Have you ever seen it?
No.
Okay, let's watch it. You got to take some Keanu notes. Keanu notes.
I'm not taking Keanu notes. I'm not doing Keanu.
What about The Lake House?
Is that Keanu?
Yeah.
I'm not doing Keanu.
Have you seen all the John Wick films?
Yes, I've seen all the John Wick films. Who the fuck do you take me for?
I don't know. You haven't seen Speed? Talking about you're like a Keanu head over here. Fucking new fan. You're like, yeah, no, I played Cyberpunk and I watched all the John Wick movies. I love Keanu. I'm like, pfft. Yeah, well, I bet you don't know about that Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Yeah, I do.
I bet you never been on a bogus journey with Bill and Ted.
I've been on several bogus journeys with Bill and Ted.
Mm-hmm. A likely story.
Honestly, no, deadass. The last bogus journey I went on with Bill and Ted, Grandma died. I have the photos to prove it.
Go.
I have the photos to prove it.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Irish DC, thank you for 100 bits. I love how Machete manages to play into and make fun of Steven Seagal at the same time. I liked that first Machete movie. The funny story about that movie, my mom and I had seen so much violent shit as part of movies, and my mom, I had to have been like 13 or 14, which is why I was so fucking surprised, because we rented it from Redbox. Because it looked like a dumb type of movie I would love as a 13 or 14-year-old. And the opening scene where I think Sofia Vergara, some hot lady, it doesn't show it on camera, but it heavily alludes to her hiding a gun in her, business and pulling it out, which is just very stupid. Like it's a very pulpy, like that's the style of movie. And my mom was so aghast at that she turned it off and would not let me watch it. Because like she was so I've never, it's so weird to me, the things that parents choose to clutch their pearls over. Dead Domain, have you considered interviewing Dark Matter 2525? He deconstructed his conservative thinking, is now doing really good videos countering MAGA ideas. I have not. I am unfamiliar with that creator. So that's the other thing, is I do want to become more familiar and engaged with like YouTube and Twitter creators, like, because I would like to. I don't watch a lot of Twitter. I don't watch a lot of other Twitch creators. I would like to fix that. I would like to be able to have a wider variety of people to go and raid and stuff. I just don't have it right now. Dara does music. Thank you for following. Yeah, like my mom took me to watch Eurotrip in theaters at age like 4 to 6. I had seen like Team America and shit. Like, I'd seen so many more dumb and egregious and, like, graphic things. Yeah. Holy shit, DD, you're streaming midday. What a nice surprise. Yeah, I'm trying something new. Seen Grindhouse? Oh, I fucking love Grindhouse. So Death Proof is like fine. It's what Death Proof is solid, but it's fine. Planet Terror was one of my favorite movies in high school. I have most of that movie. It's one of those weird movies that I quote to myself because nobody I know has seen it. So if I say things like, I'm going to eat your brain and gain your knowledge, or you ought to be a comedian, nobody gets the reference I'm making because only I have seen Planet Terror 10,000 fucking times. Which is, it's a great movie. I watched it. I was kind of worried about, oh God, how is this going to hold up? Like a couple years ago, because I hadn't seen it in forever, and I had gone from being like, a wannabe libertarian shitheel in high school to me. And I was pleasantly surprised to note that two of my favorite movies, Shoot 'Em Up and Planet Terror, aged like fine wines. Irish DC Dark Matter is a YouTuber who's been online since New Atheism was a thing. Damn. He did start making anti-SJW content for a while, but he was never right-wing. He made a video a few months back talking about how he realized it was more certain behaviors he didn't like: obsessive, easily offended, hypocritical, and lacking self-awareness. So that gets at, and I might end up watching a couple Destiny videos today on stream, because I want to kind of keep doing some Destiny research so I can finally finish that piece and hopefully get some good traction for the channel. But it reminds me a lot of when I think more people are realizing that the problem they have with, oh, hello, dog. You bring me your bone. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. I think a lot of people are realizing that the problem they have with, like, progressivism isn't actually the ideas of, like, you know, we should be able to fund roads and be able to provide meals for kids, and people should have better economic opportunities. Like, it's none of the shit that people are actually standing for. It is usually the things they are mad about get chalked up to progressivism, but are usually more like the bullshit idpol liberalism. Like, things having to do with, you know, it is that kind of eye-rolling people who will put signs on their front lawn being like, you know, in this house we believe this, that, and the other. And the kind of like brunch lib mindset. And the fascinating phenomenon to me is how so much of that gets pushed off on progressives, when the reality is that it's not the most radical, quote-unquote, radical people like pushing for that stuff. It is the people who are wanting to others to perceive that they are more radical than they are. Where you're right, but annoying people will forgive you, ignore you, and try to do the opposite. Can't send photos on Twitch. New to the Twitch platform, if you whisper me, can I send you a photo of that magic card? I do not believe so. Yeah, no, I also heard Steven was harassing witnesses recently, which is great. It's been fun to be getting the stuff with Destiny died down a little bit, but it's been fun alternating between Destiny and some other assholes lately, in light of the Hendrix video. I had somebody, I have no fucking idea who they are. They were watching my video on a stream, and they commented on the Pissed Off Lawyer video that I should debate Ari, which, like, I already don't do debates, and if I'm going to debate, I could probably pick apart Ari pretty easily. Yeah, no, I love going from libertarian to leftist because I can still hate liberals. Franch, I feel like that is what so many people's arc is, and it's where people mix up the idea of horseshoe theory. They're like, well, you just went from being conservative to this, that, and the other. It's like, no, you evolved your viewpoint to realize that it's not really effective and actually pushes a lot of shit away from happening, when as a whole society we have moved so far in a conservative direction that leftism is really the only recourse, right? And that includes liberals. We live in a burger Reich. What is? Oh, I saw that. I saw you post that. Also, I did see, what was the other thing? Yeah, Zombinary Ari would talk over top of you. They don't let me talk into our spaces. The amount of people who reached out to me, I don't have the time or bandwidth to do a piece on Ari, and honestly, I don't think... Oh, yes, I did see Awesome Style. I've been meaning to reply to you, but I've been talking. Did I see the White House McDonald's ad? I sure did. I sure did. That is our incredibly fitting way for everything to die. Itri Vega, in my 20s, it was white people tone policing me, a black person, that made me watch SJW cringe compilations for a couple months. Totally fucking fair. Like, and it's that other thing of, like, is the frustrating part about Destiny, or listening to Destiny for so long and watching him go on these podcasts, because I listened to like a 3-hour debate. It was just like a sit-down talk, really. It wasn't a debate. He did with Richard Spencer. When, like, 2 years ago, when Spencer was really trying to reform his image to be more of a moderate lib, which, unfortunately, very good at. Like it's kind of like Nick Fuentes, where you have to realize that at the end of the day, you are watching Richard Spencer, and so you need to like temper everything you perceive with that. But yeah, no, like one of the things, Destiny will say something, then you're nodding along, you're like, yes, no, this is like objectively correct based on this, and then he'll just make an assertion that is very clearly arguing from a conservative point of view, or it is a viewpoint that is far more held by conservatives than anybody else, and it's so frustrating. Oh damn, I think Hassan just went live. Can't believe trying to fucking though. Oh yeah, the one time I go live in the middle of the day, Hassan gotta fucking steal my steez. I see how it is. Nightlight plushie Jesus, thank you for 27 months. Woohoo, 2 years. Brutus Magnuson, I went from being a lib edgelord similar to Destiny's community to on the edge sock dem socialist with more soft left tendencies. Yeah, I think the thing that is so welcoming that I've seen in Destiny's space is that, like, welcoming to be edgy, and it is what appeals to it's so fucking frustrating, because if he wasn't such a weird hard ass about a select few things that he takes incredibly personally, he would be like, and also aside from the like sex predator and exploitation aspect of his personality, he would be like an ideal advocate for leftist policies. But he is so hell-bent on rejecting any, and by the way, here's the really fascinating thing, watching so much Destiny shit, two things become apparent. These are things that I have found clips of him talking about. These are things he has admitted. These are things I have observed and picked apart. He loves opposition. He thrives best in an environment where he is able to go off on somebody or trick somebody into looking stupid. Like, it's what he does. The frustrating part of that is that he doesn't engage with a lot of leftists, partially because a lot of the things he's doing are like going on places that platform Richard Spencer or Nick Fuentes. And Destiny will say something to the effect of, the way he'll argue it is that, like, we need to be able to hear out how bad these arguments are. The problem with that is that when he's going on, he is usually legitimizing their arguments or allowing them to sidestep or double down or fucking try and soft sell the shit that they actually believe as far more rational positions. And then he will just not, like, really push back on that stuff, and that's very fucking frustrating. But the other half of that is that he just doesn't engage with the left, and when he does talk about that stuff, he's usually really, really good at not emoting or not getting, like, not letting things, especially if he's in like a debate mode, not letting things rile him or draw a reaction. But there is something that happens when people talk about, like, the progressive left or Vosh or Hassan or, like, usually people he feels personally victimized or vilified by, that he, like whatever his rational debate mind, everything has to be fact-based, goes out the fucking window, and he just has nothing but vitriol for people just because they are more associated with that progressive style. And it's fascinating to watch, because the more you watch this, the more it becomes clear. It's like, he would actually be able to get along with so many people if he could fucking check his ego on some things. Like, he would be probably so much better. And I know, shocker to say about Destiny. Spencer is surprisingly better than Kirk. I really hate Destiny is the one that made me realize how stupid conservative anti-SJW arguments are and pushed me more to the left, up to the point where he would hate me now. And I think, like, because there is and I say this as somebody who, I don't shy away from going into the spaces, talking to those people. Certainly, like, I just put out a fucking video interviewing somebody who radicalized to be a TERF. Like, there's nothing really nobody really I won't talk to or have these discussions with. But I think where Destiny fails to, like, make a meaningful distinction there is that he doesn't push back on like many of their most harmful ideas. And in the process, like that's when people talk about, oh, you're platforming this, is that like, yeah, you understand the part you take in this attention ecosystem. Itri Vega, you're absolutely right. A lot of these big creators lose touch with experience that are central to being a leftist. Being rich and being a leftist is pretty much like oil and water. Oh yeah, like I never cared for the Chapo guys, but 1 minute of listening to Destiny made me appreciate what Chapo boys do so much more. I think, yeah, Chapo are the ideal of like what is a dirtbag left, right? Because this is something everybody's wrote their fucking think pieces on it a couple years ago with the Bernie Bros and everything else, and it becomes this like it becomes a question of comfort. Like, what is the dirtbag left? It is people who do not want to feel like they are censored, or feel like just because of things like identity politics, they're not being excluded from conversations, right? And that usually comes out in like edgy humor and jokes and stuff, but it is not out of a, the difference between like dirtbag left jokes about like race or something is that the left will have an understanding of how those things affect people, how like things are interconnected, who actually benefits or who is degraded in terms of a joke. They'll usually be far more self-deprecating, whereas right-wingers will just be like, Jews, Mexicans, haha. Hello, cat is here now. Can you? Cat jumped on my lap and lady was like, me too, I want to go, me too, I want up, please, mom. I feel like even if a leftist had a lot of money, they'd take it and put it back in their community instead of living the champagne lifestyle, if that makes sense. I don't know. I think there is a like, and I say this as somebody who is self-interested insofar as like, yeah, I do want to call attention to people who do struggle in my community. Hello. Did you do not just into the mic, please, cat? But at the same time, like, damn, it would be nice if I had literally any money in a savings account. It would be nice if I had fucking oh, hello kitten. All right, cat wants to say hello to everybody. Hello, baby. Hello, kitten. Just holds her head up to me, says, hello, baby. It's 13, bro. Thank you very much for following. Yo, DD, I just saw the radicalization video is pretty rad. I know you kind of debated doing more long-form videos. Can we expect more in the future? Oh, no, I'm doing more long-form videos. I have, like, the Destiny videos in the works actively. I have another video that's in the works actively that is, like, a documentary I've been working on for 6 months. I have a video on the history of like floating rocks in video games. I am working on my long form like AI essay. It is just like, for me right now, it is a matter of, and I understand like we're heading into an economic recession, so it's hard for me to like beg for money because so many people have helped out and so many people are giving what they can. But it is also like very frustrating and hard for me. Okay. You're just being a butthead now. She's purring right into my ears. Cat, you can't get on my shoulder like that. No butt on stream, kitten. Stop. Friggin' goofus. What? What do you want? Okay. No, now you're stabbing me. Get your little stabbers out. Thank you. You're not come sit. Am I bullying grandma? No. She's fine. No. I got Lady right here too. Hello, baby. Hello, little Kevin. I love how Kibben wants. Yeah. Yeah, socialism is when poverty cult. Yeah, so I have heard. Uh, what is the hardest challenge with long form content I want to get into video production? Uh, Consistency. Because when you work, for example, work really hard this last week on a video like the one with Hendrix, and it doesn't do what you would like it to, we get into a place where, like, okay, I just spent X amount of hours. I just had like 9-hour work days. But looking at trends and looking at how my videos usually end up, I have to be right back to work. Right, like I have to be right back to making and producing content. Until and here's the really annoying crushing part, until I get one that really pops off, in which case I get to take a little bit of time, not to myself, not time off, but to work on and polish another thing. Hello, Kevin. Hello. What? What's my opinion about the situation that so many LGBT influencers play now right-wing strawmans? What do you mean? I guess you'll have to give me an example. I'm not super familiar. Yeah, I mean, like, it is also about how long editing takes, but editing is one of those things that you can get down, like tricks and stuff that will help. I am actively trying to be a little less stringent and perfectionist in the interest of being able to cut down on that time, because I think that it's to my detriment sometimes that I am too, like, perfectionist with it. Yeah, no, Itri Vega, I hate how much good content gets buried under slop. Let me tell you, it's fucking frustrating seeing people, throw out some dog shit AI generated nonsense and get like millions of views, or just have the most low effort trash that just racks up dozens and dozens of shit like views, because it's fucking, it's reaction slop, or it's just intended to get a rise out of an audience. And that's what drives engagement. And unless, it's very frustrating. I want to be, what I would like to happen is eventually reaching a point of self-sufficiency where I can be just a video essay channel, where I don't need to do, where I can still do streams and stuff like this, but I don't need to do like constant stream highlights and constant culture war shit. Because I think, honestly, a lot of people are getting fucking tired. I'm tired of it. And I think maybe that just shows in the content. That's why people are engaging less. But I'm spinning some ideas for like big things to handle next, and I think I might try looking into Yellowstone, like the cinematic universe thing, just to be like, what the fuck is up with that? Like, how did that happen? Possibly. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, what was the Colleen Ballinger thing? First, I'm growing to. Oh, the ukulele video. Oh no. Oh no. I still sort of owe you a time cube video. I like, and that's the thing, is that I don't. The other problem, and this was kind of the thing I was hoping Pissed Off Lawyer would. I just don't think that story has much penetration outside of like turf and like trans spaces. So I think it is just kind of a niche on a niche. But oh, thank you very much, Xavier Fellow. Wanted to say hi and that I really enjoyed the Hendrix video. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, Fightin' Hobbit. It's just the amount of YouTuber apologies over time has become like it is a thing you see. Most of the times with I don't think I've ever seen a YouTube apology from somebody I know or somebody I'm like friends with or anything, thankfully. I'm so looking forward to. I'm hoping the little bit of lingerie somebody got me from Throne arrived yesterday, and I'm hoping to do a photo shoot with that today. But I'm hoping that also means the keyboard and stream deck are on their way and will be here shortly, because that means I would be able to set up my new computer and be able to do actual doll domain. All right, here we go. Nearly 2.5 years. God, was that only two? That feels like a billion years ago. Damn. When Demon Mama is coming back. What happened with Demon Mama? Or was that all the dough shit? Uh-huh. I obviously didn't handle the situation the way I should have. It's really embarrassing. Ballinger, who is known for her offbeat, tone-deaf character Miranda Sings, said on Thursday's episode of the podcast Tea Time with Raven and Miranda. Wait. Is this a different Miranda, or is she a main member of the podcast? Jesse Genders made a couple of vids responding to criticism. Not sure if you'd call that an apology, though. I mean, Jesse is somebody who is very thoughtful and metered, and the way they've been getting pushback again lately over shit is just like the amount of people who engage with topics in ridiculous. All right, I was talking to somebody about this just the other day, where you don't realize when you become a YouTuber or a public personality to any degree, and especially if you are somebody who does not back down from confrontation, like me, somebody who occasionally starts confrontation, maybe shouldn't, but does it anyway, like me. Okay, Raven and Miranda are married. Okay, gotcha. What you don't realize is that at any given point, people generally will not actually come to you with genuine criticism. They will not see something and try and take it to you in DMs and be like, hey, like maybe let's talk about this. Hey, are you aware of this? Do you want this? Most people will engage in the most bad faith possible, or the people that do engage will engage in the most bad faith possible. And the people that do not directly engage with you, who are not telling you like, hey, here's how you're wrong. Hey, you should actually look at these sources, these statistics. Hey, this might actually help you understand this better. Instead of doing any of that stuff and actually trying to bridge a gap and understand something or somebody better, what they will do is they will screenshot you and wait multiple years sometimes to be able to say, nah, you said this 2 years ago. And it's like, well, yeah, maybe sometimes my opinions can change in 2 years. Maybe I can do more research. Maybe people should be allowed to grow instead of this bizarre attitude that some of the most extreme people have, where it's just like, no, once you're this, you're always this. It's like, great. Like, what do you expect? Like, and it gets back to that, God, I hate to quote it, but it is that ContraPoints thing of like, you don't want power, you want to endlessly critique power. And it's like, what do you hope to achieve by not allowing people to actually learn and grow? Like, if you are so against any kind of self-education, any kind of going against the grain, like if you are just putting people in these groups and never allowing them to leave, it's very frustrating. Demon Mama's biggest crimes are showing. I'm so glad I don't get involved in this drama shit. See, this is Montana Schmidt-Bauer. This is why I'm barely in my own Discord. Demon, because like you get into too much shit on the internet, y'all. Demon Mama's biggest crimes are showing porn to a 16-year-old and overworking said 16-year-old, now like 17 or 18 at the time, as an editor, intro, and thumbnail maker, as they were sickly not paying that person fairly. Huh? The fuck? What? That's crazy. Who the hell is Demon Mama? Leftist Vosh aligned-ish streamer. Like, I think. Like, I was never really a fan. I remember when I was getting into like leftist or debate political spaces like 3, 4, 5 years ago, and I kind of started with Actual Jake and that side of things. And Demon Mama was one that I gave a couple tries to, but I just didn't like care for stylistically. Hello, Absitron Cybertronian. Glad to catch you live. Hope you're doing good. I'm alright. Nadia Yvette Chambers, if there's a Discord, I don't know about it. I mean, I have a Discord, yeah, but it's for patrons. I love when we all assume something is drama, but then it's actually just a crime. I mean, like, because every now and then, I would say that half of, like, drama is just shit that should be behind closed doors. And unless somebody is actually violated, assaulted, harmed in a tangible, verifiable way, and this is probably just, like, my journalism coming out, and unless you have, well, I don't even want to say that, because there are people who should speak out. There's shit I know people should speak out about, but they are afraid of what might happen. So it's not fair to say, like, oh, you need proof and you need a bunch of people on your side, because that's not really how it works, especially when it comes to predators in spaces and people who should stay away from spaces. But yeah. Why are we talking about Blaire White? Blaire White's been on. So we're talking right now about Colleen Ballinger. But yeah, not long after DM spoke up about Xander Hall, so it was like back to terrible things coming out about debate streamers. Yeah. I don't know how people keep up with what happens on the internet too much. So I was writing last night I wrote a couple thousand words for the AI piece I'm going to do, which is I'm really hopeful for it. I think it is going to be one of my most ambitious pieces. If you like the stuff I did, like the cutaways, the filming on sets, the costuming, the editing, just the entire direction of the nostalgia piece I did a couple months ago, which if you haven't watched that, please go watch it. Please share it around. It's one of my favorite videos. That's one that is very near and dear to my heart. I would appreciate if more people watched it, because I would honestly love to be able to subsist on videos like that rather than like React Slop or whatever. And I as I've been writing, it occurred to me that I don't know any AI memes. And so I put out on Twitter, I'm like, have there been any recognizable AI memes? And it was this really stunning revelation for me of how detached from a lot of people's internet experience I am, and like how isolated I think we all are and atomized we are by like the algorithm. Because people were pointing out like fucking the Italian brain rot shit, like ballerina something, and I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck any of this is. So lucky me, I guess. And then people are just posting in comments being like, yeah, no, like this is all the Zoomers are watching these days. And I'm like, what? Huh? You, yeah, see, like dooth, tongue. I don't know what any of that means. That might as well be. And granted, here's the thing. Granted, I have kind of always been like that. Like I have never, even in high school, I still proudly, what does the fox say? I completely missed that. Completely missed that. People would say that to me in like the hallway when I was in high school. I'm like, I don't fucking know what the fuck you're talking about. Gleefully missed that. So like I have no, like the 6-7 thing, no idea. I'm good. So it's always been that way for me. Yeah, my partner is unfortunately brain rot pilled.
It's from Japan.
Why don't you put that? Why don't we leave the rot and come give me some brain? Stop it. No, stop it. I was joking. You can't. Don't come on stream. You look so pretty, though. I love you.
Hey, what the fuck's wrong with you? Hey.
So yeah, let's get back to the calling. Your Pookie is brain rot pilled. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, I guess Ballinger. Somehow Ballinger returned. I wish I could have handled it a lot differently than I did. Ballinger continued. I'm talking about a musical instrument I should have not picked up. Yeah, that's not the thing. Somebody said you should have a spray bottle when I make puns. That's hateful. That's hateful for you. Oh no, fight and Hobbit. I hate that 6-7 eats up mental bandwidth for me. My beautiful partner with her tender heart and endless patience, her birthday, gone. Evaporated and subsumed by 6-7 deep lore. God has abandoned us and the demons are here. I know how that feels. It's like next time next time I have Vivian Wilson on something, we'll just ask her about the Omegaverse again. Septum Prime, thank you very much for following. There's a new quarter zip trend going on. I see it as a repackaged respectability politics for young black men. Everyone else is applauding it. I do not know what that is. I also there are few, I don't shy away from talking about racial politics, obviously, But there are things that, I don't feel qualified just culturally. And I think that's the difference when people like Destiny will call out and correctly identify that, like, you can't say, like, or correctly identify that people are kind of tired or they feel pushed to the right because of, identity politics and respectability politics and feeling as though they aren't allowed to speak on something just because they're white. The problem that he takes that to is that, like, yeah, no, there are some things that we shouldn't and we are not qualified to talk about because of our cultural background, because we are white, because we have never had that experience. And black masculinity is one of those things that I feel is it's such a fraught topic even within black communities and black political circles and black political discussions, that it's one of those things that I don't even want to really address. Well, not that I don't want to address, it's that I myself do not feel qualified on my own to address it, I think. I'm always down to listen, though. Fighting a Hobbit. I thought as you got older, you jettisoned useless information and became more worldly. Nope. I'm almost 40, and it's all 20-year-old internet humor and the names of slasher movies nobody gives a shit about up here. I have... So last night, my partner and I got high. And I was sitting on the couch, and I had a thought occur to me. And I turn around to my partner, and I go, hey, do you remember G-Force? And my my partner goes, what did you say?
No hesitation. None at all. A hamster movie?
Yeah, with no hesitation, my partner was like, yeah, I know G-Force. Yeah, actually, I totally know G-Force. And it's like, it makes me wonder how much just useless bullshit is up there.
In my brain specifically.
Oh. I'm trying to get you to read books when we go on our runs, honey.
You'll never trick me into books and running.
I'm reading this really great book called the Life of the Mind, History of the Mind. Hannah Arendt, Life of the Mind, I think. It's quite good. You'll learn a bunch of stuff about, like, Kant, Socrates, Aristotle, Plato, the history of cognition and thought. Not Play-Doh, Plato.
You lost me again.
Okay. I love you. I love you so many. What about the Underdog movie with Peter Dinklage? What do you think about... Hey, babe. What are your opinions on Bolt?
Bolt what killed my grandma?
Get out of here. Go. Be gone. Vanish. Scram you.
I thought the sequel with Bolt was better.
There wasn't a Bolt. There wasn't a sequel with Bolt.
There was a Bolt 2.
Was there? Was there a Bolt 2?
They made a Bolt 2.
No. Oh, son of a bitch. They made a second Bolt movie.
Yeah, Bolt 8. Bolt slapped.
Oh, shut up. Stop it. There is no official Bolt 2 movie produced by Walt Disney Studios. Hateful.
Then what am I remembering, and what did you Google that made you say that?
Are you remembering Lady and the Tramp 2 Scamp's Adventure?
No, I'm probably thinking of Super Rhino.
I doubt it.
No, because Super Rhino's the hamster from Bolt.
Okay, yes.
And so spiritually, that's a Bolt 2. Bolt 2 Super Rhino. Super Rhino had one of those last night. Made my...
Get out of here. Get out. And you get on me for being impish. You get mad at me. I'll like be making a magic deck and I'll be like, hey babe, look at this thing I did. This is so funny. And they'll be like, you're the Joker for that. You're Jigsaw for that.
And you are.
I almost did a thing last night with Kervik the Merciless, and grafted exoskeleton, where grafted exoskeleton makes any damage done poison counters. And Karavik the Merciless, whenever a player casts a spell, you deal from Karavik mana or damage equal to that mana cost. So if somebody casts like 7-drop, 7 poison counters right in your face. Blah! Even if you try and remove him, spell still goes off, so you still get them poison counters. What?
And you slowly smile.
It's pretty good, right?
Joker, baby.
Oh, stop it. You're hateful. That's hateful. That's hateful. Respect my ingenuity, please. Why are you all talking about Sky High?
The superhero movie?
I guess so.
What? G-Force Sky High? The year is 2001. Oh no, the towers!
No, it's G-Force came out in like 2008 or some shit.
Okay, well then I've had a lot of time to process my grief for the towers.
You weren't even born then.
Yes, I was. You can't say that. People are gonna think you're a cradle robber.
Is E33 FF7 levels of overrated? No. It's a damn good game, but also like we haven't had much of a fucking. It hasn't. So I've been debating putting together. I kind of started putting together a list for like top 5, or top 10 like my favorite games of the year. But I don't know. I don't know. Ooh, sometimes the Buck Bumble themes shows up in my YouTube theme. Me too, because I fucking look for it. Because I keep that Buck Bumble on lock. There's no way the Buck Bumble theme is like. Oh, here we go. Let's watch that. Get in on this.
And fossil
It's
fuel
time to rock
pollution.
with the
We are
biggity
here in
Buck
this alternate
Bumble.
reality of the Republican majority, where my colleague from Wyoming calls it climate lunacy.
Okay, tell you what, we'll come back to this, but
It's
now
a
I
sad,
gotta.
sad
Everybody, it's
testament
time to rock.
To, frankly, the disgraceful leadership of this Republican majority that propping up the coal industry with discounted royalties and massive subsidies and millions of acres of land giveaways, and now this misuse of the Congressional Review Act is the official policy of the Republican majority. It's just almost unthinkable, and yet that's.
Yeah, see, I already got it watched. You don't even need to fucking don't tell me about no Buck Bumble. Release the Buck Bumble files. Yeah, no, this is like, sorry, Buck Bumble is a fucking certified hood classic. Ain't no way you're trying to hear this. Spider-Man, what is this, Genesis? What the fuck is that? This is hellish, what? Get me out of here. What in God's name? Fuck, what? Okay, I'm getting out of here. Woohoo! Yeah, that's terrible. Rockabilly Spider-Man. It's like a fucking Deadly Premonition song. Woohoo! Do what? What'd you say about Deadly Premonition?
I didn't. I said I was laughing at Rockabilly Spider-Man.
Oh, you were laughing at Rockabilly Spider-Man with no context.
I was actually laughing at it. You saying it sounded like a Deadly Premonition song.
It does. Yeah, a special report. This is an NBC News special report. Get Guy Fieri frosted tips. That's what you hear before you die. It's rare that you say Fur Fighters and Vigilante 8. I've been playing Twisted Metal games lately for no real reason. I've been playing Twisted Metal 3 and 4. Those are the worst ones. Don't know why.
Good day. I'm Hallie Jackson in Washington, and we are coming on the air with breaking news just seconds ago. A landslide vote in the House of...
Are you leaving me? Mm-hmm. Oh, you gotta go to work.
I do have to go to work.
Damn, that's crazy. You wanna say hi to the stream?
Yes.
Say hi to the stream, baby.
Hi, stream, and everyone remember, it's a gray oblong pill. Super quantum technology CPU. It's from Japan!
Thanks, babe.
I love you.
Love you. They just got cast in a play they're very excited for. So, yeah. Yep.
Representatives on a bill that would try to force the release of DOJ documents related to Jeffrey Epstein, which started as a long shot bid months ago.
Oh no, you just got hit with the squib reference.
Closer to becoming law.
No, they got the role of the squib. For those people who know Be More Chill, they got the role of the squib, which they were like racked with anxiety for like a week. They have a fucking angelic voice. Like my partner's voice is insanely good. So and I knew it the whole time. I knew it, but they were really worried about it. But yeah, no, they've been cast in a play tray. Hope you've been wells. I've been alright. We love Squib. Yeah, they're very excited to do the Squib. Hello, cat. Cat's just fucking screaming at me. And so, like, as a result, because I was this will be a shock to many. I was a theater kid in high school too. And so, like, I'm predisposed to getting music stuck in my head, especially theater music. And so I've been also singing and humming as she's been working on her songs and stuff. Give me 1 second. I am going to press play on this and then go charge something and grab my phone.
Final vote 427 to 1, just hours after some Epstein survivors gathered at the Capitol to rally support. So next step, the Senate, and then on to the White House for the president to sign this into law if it passes that chamber. The president now says he'll do that in a surprising political pivot after months of resistance to backing the bill. Joining us now is our chief Capitol Hill correspondent, Ryan Nobles. And Ryan, this vote just seconds ago now takes this one step closer to reality for the survivors and other advocates who have been fighting for it. The question had been just how many Republicans would get on board. The answer appears to be all but one.
That's right, Hallie, and as this resolution was officially gavelled and signed through the House of Representatives, there were cheers in the gallery just a few feet from where I'm standing, and we're told that there were survivors of the Epstein saga that were in the gallery watching as this vote took place. And you're right, it was an overwhelming passage, 427 voting in the affirmative, only one nay, and that is Congressman Clay Higgins, who released a statement saying that he is what he described a principled no on this, saying that he has issues with the bill. And of course, Republicans in Congress, including the Speaker of the House, have said from the very beginning that they had issues with the way that this discharge petition, as it's called, came to be. The discharge petition is a maneuver that rank and file House members can use to bring a piece of legislation to the floor outside of House leadership. This was initially something that Republicans fought right up until the last minute. There was a
So the thing that everybody's worried about right now with this is the massive changeup, because Trump has been fighting this tooth and nail. The second that they found out that Bill Clinton was mentioned, they very publicly switched up, and they went to be like, actually, what if we just made this a Democrat thing? So there is this is not the good thing that everybody wanted it to be. Yeah, exactly. So the big three, fighting a hobbit, you got it. The big three options for how this is going to play out. Number one, he thinks he can get in front of it. Two, he saw something in the files, thinks make him look less bad. He thinks he can use legal chicanery to slow walk the release. That's the thing, is that he is going to try and be like, well, no, we're doing Democrat investigation, so we can't release all the files. Clay Higgins is such an Invader Zim ass name. I never watched Invader Zim, but thank you very much, Moth, for $5. They're removing all the Republican names. That is the speculation. I haven't seen any confirmation that that's going to happen. That's a pretty fucking brazen move, but also not beyond the realm of possibility for this brazen and wild establishment. Yeah, I think that is very much a, if not outright removing or redacting a lot of that shit, I think is what we might end up seeing, which is kind of heinous. Like, I'll be for real, it's rugged.
Group of breakaway Republicans that joined with Democrats to force this to the floor. But once it became a reality that this was something that House members were going to be forced to vote on.
I know, Invader Zim should have been like a prime thing for me, but it wasn't. It just kind of missed me.
Including the Speaker himself. Today, though, he did hold a press conference and discuss his issues with the bill. He is concerned that it doesn't do enough to protect survivors, that it could put potential victims
thank you very much, Kira Mystic, and thank you, Audrey.
Being made public, and that it could compromise future investigation.
Other countries have a lot of what they will try to suppress / when they do release. Yeah, I think there's also the international thing to consider, that like Prince Andrew is almost certainly in there. Who knows what other ties Epstein has to Saudi Arabia, to Israeli intelligence. There was a whole bunch of shit like that people brought up. I think it's stuff like that that could be used as a legal justification, because there are, I still think, at the end of the day, I think no matter who's implicated, make all that shit fucking public right away, right now, yesterday. Like, it is the match, the kindling, everything you need to just burn this shit down and be able to start over. Yeah.
The supporter of this package say that they've written the bill in a way that would solve and deal with all these issues that the Speaker has. He's asking the Senate to change it, Hallie, and of course that is the next big question we have. That's how the Senate will deal with this, and we could find that out here in the next hour or so when the Senate.
I believe Dennis DeQuan, I believe you are correct. The Israeli PM before Netanyahu was in there. Thank you, Irish DC, for another 100 biddies. Maybe if government officials weren't PDF files, then you wouldn't have to worry about Saudi Arabia or Iran using this, would they? Yeah, that's been the other thing, is that, it's been endlessly speculated that, like, oh, Netanyahu has the files, or the thing going around lately about, Donald Trump blowing Bubba, and nobody knows who Bubba is. And it's just like, if we weren't run by these just absolutely moralityless black hole ghouls, we wouldn't have to worry about people having compromise and shit. Yeah. What's worse, countries having these files, the fact that they exist is so much worse than fucking like anybody having, it would be so bad if this got out about. I don't give a shit. It would be bad for them. I don't care if there's a Democrat. I don't care if there's a Republican. I don't care who is fucking implicated. Like, people who are this brand of virulent, vile predator should never be allowed near anything. What the hell are you doing, lady? Cumber of Hestia, I love the flip-flopping that kept being done. Yeah, it's very worrying, because after the widespread reports last week of Trump having a meltdown, calling people freaking out, Trump is not a person who just decides like, okay, fine, yes, let's do it. Let's tear the Band-Aid off, be done with it. Like that is far too honest at literally any level. And that should worry far more people than I'm seeing it worry. Like a lot of people are buying into, again, this is the concentrated narrative. A lot of people are buying into the idea that like, oh, it's a good thing. People are celebrating that it's getting released. It's like, we need to see what is actually left in there, because I am positive at this point that no, we can't trust anything coming out about this shit. Like until I can see the files and all that shit with my own eyes and go through it all. Yeah. Be quiet, piggy. Yeah, the be quiet, piggy thing was fucking insane. Stomach churning. Just fucking. So for those who don't know, I think he was taking questions on Air Force One the other day, and somebody asked him about the Epstein files, and he just pointed at them and said, "Be quiet, piggy." Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? I was thinking about this the other day. It must suck being a journalist at that level, having to join, because like if you're on Air Force One, right? What's the, like, I'm sure you've had extensive background check and all this other shit, but what is the, like, what's the regimen? You go on Air Force One, you're flying with the president. Obviously, you'll get your press time in, your question time, wherever he's going. But then are you just stuck there? Do you catch a ride back? Do you turn around and get on a different flight? Like, do you just hang out and then you catch the same flight back? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, no, he also justified and hand-waved Khashoggi's murder by the Saudi government. Yeah, which isn't surprising. Here's the thing. I don't think he fully understands what even happened with Khashoggi. Like, I think if you sat down the President of the United States right now and asked him, hey, what happened with MBS and Jamal Khashoggi, he would probably not even know Khashoggi's nationality, probably not even know his fucking, like, entire thing. Like, he might think that Khashoggi was like a Hamas terrorist or something. I don't know. Like, I do not have faith in his basic cognitive abilities, or at least his understanding of any geopolitical developments, especially not ones that happened years ago. I said his dementia has him mistaking his victims. I see how he mistook a beautiful woman for a barn animal. Quote, great guy. I don't know anything about him. I hear a lot about him. Great people saying these things. Yeah. A Khashoggi. That sounds delicious. I'm going to press play real quick, and I will be right back.
Explain that, Ryan, because you now have the top Senate Democrat, Chuck Schumer, suggesting that he will try to bring this to the floor. He will try to take action, possibly in the next several hours here tonight. Of course, it would need Republican support. What are you hearing from that side of the Capitol?
Well, there's two ways that this could go once it reaches the Senate, Hallie. There's a very quick way, and then there's a much more lengthy and arduous process that this resolution could take. If they take the route that Speaker Johnson is suggesting, it could delay the passage and the release of these files indefinitely. So Speaker Johnson is asking for a long list of amendments to be added to this bill. That would require deliberations and negotiations among senators to craft the language that would make them feel more comfortable with voting yes. It would then have to come come back here to the House for another vote before it made it to the president's desk. This doesn't seem to be something that most rank-and-file Republicans want to deal with right now because it keeps the story in the forefront. It's something that we'll continue to ask questions about. The other alternative they have is that they can do as Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has suggested and just bring the bill to the floor this afternoon and vote on it, perhaps even by a vehicle called unanimous consent, where they just put it on the floor and say, is everybody okay with this? And if no one objects, the bill passes. That would prevent Republicans from having to deal with a continued...
I would love for them to do unanimous consent. I don't think they would. Soup Forward, I'm right here. Soup for my breadline, thank you for rating with a party of 12. I appreciate it. We are having a slightly more chill stream. I'll be doing some research on some of the videos I'm doing later. We're going to watch Blaire White's video, maybe a Destiny video while I'm taking my notes. Yeah. I think the stuff here... Thank you very much for the raid, by the way. The Mike Johnson shit, that is exactly... That's kind of exactly what I expect. Like, holding it all up, making sure people forget about it, because the mainstream news media stranglehold on the attention span of like American politics is diabolical. And people like Trump know that. Like, Trump knows better than most people what happens if you just wait until something goes away. Most people, if it's not right in front of them, like, it's, you know, what we were just talking about with the like different algorithms in the attention economy. Komura of Hestia. I remember when Biden called Ducey a son of a bitch, and MAGA lost their shit, yet they gleefully cheer when Trump insults supporters every time they ask him a challenging question. Yeah. Jesus, Blaire White. Oh, wow. Exactly. Jesus, Blaire White. And by the way, chat, if we could get, I think a couple people have helped out and donated. I'm currently overdrafted again because bills keep coming out. I did not account for my partner and I's new phone bill. Actually, just finally got on our own phone plan last month. I am still about $50 overdrawn. If anybody's able to help out with Ko-Fi links or anything, I definitely appreciate it. I know everybody's having a hard time lately. I am not exempt from that. Fucking grocery bills are insane right now. Like, I can't believe I bought food for the week, and it wasn't like a full shopping trip. I've talked about this before, and it was like $60-$70 for rotisserie chicken, because I can eat off that for like 3 or 4 meals, some noodles, instant oatmeal, like stuff that lasts and also is very cost effective. Some frozen vegetables, which are like one of the best fucking poor person meals that you can get, by the way. It was frozen. Hot tip, if you're out there wondering, like, damn, how do I fucking like eat healthy on a budget? Frozen vegetables always have my back. You get them in a little steam bag for like $1.50. You can eat off that for 1 or 2 meals. You put a little bit of meat in there, like a rotisserie chicken, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. That's the way to do it. Also, if you have a little bit more time, there are plenty of like rice pilaf and quinoa and stuff that you can get from a box that's like $1.20 for good Spanish rice. But like just a bunch of that, and then stuff that was like, I had to get cat food for my cat, obviously. I finally found a soft food that she'll excitedly eat. And I had to get drain cleaner, and that was like $10. But it's like, I hate this point that and so many other people have to be at this point, where like I am looking at my groceries in the checkout line, and I'm thinking, okay, do I have to put off these things I need, like regular house maintenance shit, for another week? Do I have to put off, like, okay, am I just going to, I'll put this $8 back of the fucking drain cleaner and then just like keep saying, okay, no, we can't use the bathroom sink because it's clogged up. And it's so fucking frustrating because the really savage part is how incremental it is, because it's gone from, it's $1, it's 50 cents, it's $2 over time. And it's like, even in the last year, fucking Celsius's, which I'm stopping drinking. I'm trying to get back to tea more because that is more, what's the word I'm looking for? Cost effective, and it's just better for me than fucking having Celsius all the time. But Celsius have gone up, like, I feel like $1 at stores lately. Oh yeah, no, Eric Nelson, like, coffee. My partner drinks a lot of coffee, and I haven't, thankfully, I think the biggest reason I haven't gotten sucked into the coffee hole is that, like, that shit is just mad fucking expensive. Yeah, it is 427 votes to 1. The one vote, GP Apagio was, Paggiao, was a principled opposition. Yeah, energy drinks in general have gone up, and it's stuff like, it is just shit like, and for 2 people, that food goes quick too. Like, that rotisserie chicken is already halfway gone. I got some apples, carrots, and hummus. Like, we try and have good snacks, because that's the other fucking annoying part, is that, like, I'm trying to stay in shape for cosplay and photos and shit. My partner is trying to stay in shape just as well in general. And so it becomes this thing of, like, you do have to, there are good cheap options like steamed vegetables. But you do have to, like, spend a little bit more to not just fucking Yeah, anyway, sorry, bitching about stuff. Everybody, I guess I wanted to say that to, my weed went up by $20. That's fucking crazy. That's so much. Future Sabrina, thank you very much for following. Oh my goodness. Prices are high and the orange man keeps missing his golf holes. Yeah, it's fucking... I've never had as an adult experience, people talk about the economy all the time as this thing that we all take part in, even though most people really don't. Like, most people are victims to the economy rather than taking part in it. In the terms that, like, most people, and I guarantee most people in chat, you don't have stocks. Because right now, it is, and I know this because I've been trying for months to be able to put together a stock portfolio, but every time I'm like, okay, I'm going to put, for this paycheck, I'm going to put $100 in the market, and then I'm coming up short on bills, and I have to take it all out. It's very fucking frustrating. And that is, again, the challenge of building any kind of wealth is, even if you have a little bit of capital that might put you ahead of other people, which I do, it's still getting sucked away by all of these other systems. Right now, it's fucking debt is killing me. Crowlin of Zant, thank you for following. Tommy Knox 777, thank you for following. And Dominator, thank you for $50. Oh my god, thank you so much. It's been a while since I got to catch a live stream. I enjoy the content. Hope this helps. Literally everything helps. Yeah, no. Leftist Ginger Girl, every time I've had stock, something happens. I have to pull it all out. It's very fucking frustrating. And, like, the more frustrating aspect of it is looking at food and, like, perishable food. So right now, blueberries are not in season in America, which means, I am assuming, the reason they're so fucking expensive is because of tariffs and reciprocal shit and all that stuff. Now, the thing with that is that I will go to one of my local stores and see, like, if there's just a thing of blueberries that usually would be between $6, if they're in season, $6, maybe $9. And currently they are like $15 or $16. which is fucking insane. And the massive problem with that is that, okay, when things have gotten priced out of a purchasable range for most people, where most people look at it and go like, yeah, I can fucking do without blueberries at that price, then nobody's getting them. They're not, it's not like, oh, they're being donated. It's not like, oh, they're going to be on reduced sale. Once they reach a sell-by date, they're getting thrown the fuck away. And so, like, and this is such a massive problem with, like, with everything, is that, you know, this idea that we have so much food and yet still people are starving. Somebody asked earlier, how much do you need to buy stocks? Serious question. Not much. You can, so if you want to just dip your toe in, and I mean like dip, if you have Cash App, you can buy stocks through there. And that I made like a couple hundred over the span of a couple months, taking stuff in, taking stuff out, just buying low, selling high. I haven't been able to do anything consistent with it, which sucks. But it's not hard to like buy a stock. It's actually easier than ever. The problem is consistency and being able to actually invest capital, because you need to, it is, stock markets are where all the fucking shitty mantras of capital come down, where it is like, you need to spend money to make money. You need to buy low, sell high, all that shit. Nadia Yvette Chambers, thank you very much for 17 months. Hello, can os knockers puff Europas? We'll never see the files because their video footage not legal to distribute. All this text is limited hangout. I would be fascinated. I would be interested to know how much of it is actual video content. I mean, if you have $30,000 in savings, yes, invest $10,000 in stocks. Like if you can afford, if you have savings, yes. At that point though, just get a fucking like trade advisor. Just put together an actual proper stock portfolio. Yeah, there you go. JFR's Kroger brand meatballs are like $6 a bag, but they last 5-6 meals for me, which makes them one of my main protein sources because I almost never have the requisite energy to prep raw meat. Like, see, and that's what I'm talking about. There are relatively low cost, relatively nutrient dense, healthier meals that can be cheaper. But the problem is that they are getting more expensive. One of my birds just refreshed stream. The little just want to make sure you were up to date. Yeah, Ethan Bryce, from what I've heard about it, stocks seem like another form of gambling. So it's not like, yes, it is, because it's certainly not if you were just coming into it as a hobbyist. But it is, nobody knows the direction markets will take. But it is not as risky as gambling unless you're very stupid. The problem is that it's stocks are a constant gold rush where everybody wants to get rich quick, right? So the way people do that is they will spend their entire life savings on, oh, this thing is dipping, buy it before it fucking shoots up. And then it never shoots up. And in fact, it keeps going down or something like that. That's something that happened recently with some meme stock that went, Beyond Meat is the one that happened that recently. And so like in that way, yeah, you are hoping that you will spend, however much money and then tomorrow be able to turn it around for fucking 10 times that. And that's just not smart. That's not the smart way to go about investing. and so when you see actual people who are successful in investing, it comes down to a lot of like learning about a company, understanding, okay, is this IPO going public? Is this getting acquired? Oh, they actually just renovated this. These people just got a new board of directors. They have an entirely new bankruptcy plan, and like all of this stuff, and it's all very business-minded bullshit. But it comes down, like, it is still ultimately pretty gambly, because at the end of the day, investment is just vibes-based. It's just like, do you think that other people are going to look at this stock and be like, damn, yeah, we should get that. We should, invest in this more, and then that will make the stock price go up. That will make the company more valuable, and so it becomes that constant. Like, it is far more boring than gambling, I will say. But it's also, it doesn't take a lot of risk to make money on it. It doesn't take a lot. It just takes time and effort and consistency, which is the problem with building wealth through it. Yeah, you can also follow the portfolio of people who do well. Yeah, fighting how about I took a stocks class. The advice I was given was just set my parameters and walk away. Exactly. It is like, that's the other part that is kind of like gambling, is that there are so many people who, they want to ride the wave, they want to get that big win, and it is that mindset that they will go bust on, where they will, like, okay, no, not this one, the next one. Oh, no, I'll get the next one. No, I'll get the next one. And that's the real problem. Slappy Meats, thank you very much. Growing up in poverty, stocks just don't seem like a real thing. It's like the kind of thing that only seems to exist in the realm of fantasy, that you only see in media, like arbitrary travel and retirement funds. I completely identify with that. I was shocked. I think the thing I was most shocked about was how easily accessible it is. Like, when I first bought some stocks on, like, what was I was talking about? Cash App. And they were just like, yeah, you own stocks now. And I was just like, damn, okay. And then, over time, I'll buy this. It looks like it's dipping. It lost 40% of its value. And then the next week, I completely forget about it. Next week, I go back, it's tripled in value. And I'm like, okay, damn, this stock shit is easy. But it is not. That's an oversimplification. But it is like, it is in the most technical definition open to anyone. But if you don't have the cash to burn, if you got to keep taking it out, it's a fucking bummer. Let me tell you. Anyway, yes, let's keep watching this. Lady, why are you, what? Hello, dog. Dog want to be on stream.
Questions about this, and it would also send the bill to President Trump's desk as soon as this evening. Now, we don't know which way the Senate Majority Leader John Thune wants to go as it relates to this package. He's deflected all questions about the Epstein saga from the very beginning, saying that this resolution was just a hypothetical issue because the Senate or the House had yet to pass it. It is no longer a hypothetical issue. It is something he's going to have to deal with. And Hallie, we've talked to many Republicans already on the Senate side who said that the bill should come to the floor and that they plan to vote yes. So much like how we saw it play out here in the House, if it makes it to the floor, it will absolutely get at least the 60 votes necessary. The question right now is in the hands of John Thune as to when the bill could make it to the floor and how quickly there'll be a vote.
Ryan, I'm going to ask you to stand by for just a moment while we bring in our senior White House correspondent, Garrett Haake. And Garrett, we referenced the president's surprising reversal on this after months of resistance to backing the bill, saying this week that he would green light the GOP to back it, that he would, in fact, sign it into law. But there's another piece to this, too, right, which is some lawmakers suggesting that the president could avoid the Senate vote altogether. He could avoid having Congress manage this by simply directing the DOJ to release the files now.
No, we haven't talked about Blaire White yet.
Today, right?
Yeah, that's right. And he really didn't answer. And this has been one of the.
I will be right back. I'm
going to
go check my mail for something, actually.
And this is a president who's never been shy about urging his attorney general or Department of Justice to take specific actions in a way previous presidents would not have. Here, there's a very clear action he could have taken if we take his words at face value, that he wants to see transparency here and wants to put this issue behind him, and could simply pick up the phone or use his social media platform to call for the complete release of the relevant files, a step he has chosen not to take. Yesterday, though, he did say in the Oval Office, when I asked him, that he would sign this bill if it got to his desk, clearing up any confusion about whether he wants to see it simply pass the House and get bogged down in the Senate. To Ryan's point, that could potentially happen as early as today, but that's not to say that the files would suddenly come spilling out into the open then, even with the legislative path cleared and a presidential signature. Hallie, there's still a pretty lengthy process potentially here before we'll see the meat of what could be millions of different types of digital and physical files in the government's possession.
Ryan, let me go back to you here, because one of the things that we covered earlier today, this rally at the base of the Capitol involving not just the lawmakers behind this bipartisan bill, but also Epstein abuse survivors. You're seeing some of that video here who have been pushing now for months. And in my conversations with several of these survivors, one of the things I heard again and again was that they felt like at every turn they were told that what they were trying for, the release of these files, was impossible. Now, here they are, one step closer to getting what so many of them say they want to see, which is full transparency, full accountability. They have been having, they've been talking to members of Congress. They've been releasing PSAs to try to get public support for this bill, and they believe that Americans are on their side. When you look at the polling, when you look at the numbers on this.
Nehemia, I don't even think a couple
Hallie,
weeks.
I think they're right, and I think that's evident.
Like Nehemia saying how much you want to bet Trump spent the last few weeks scrubbing his name from the files. I don't even think a couple weeks. I think they are planning on trying to completely obfuscate and at every turn hold up the process of looking into it. And that's, yeah. I assumed he did that the second they got them. I think that will probably bear out with like Kash Patel being in charge of the FBI and Pam Bondi, and the way that they have completely stepped in line with the Trump agenda and all that shit. Like I think it's a very real possibility.
By the vote total you saw here, I think, what Republican leadership has tried to say over the past few months as this debate has emerged over whether or not this resolution should pass, that it's somehow Democrats that have been the ones pushing it. And certainly Democrats have gotten involved in this, and Democrats have in many ways put pressure on Republicans to get this bill to the floor. But it's really been the Republican base, fueled in many ways by the stories of these survivors, that has gotten us to this point. It has been Republicans who are having their offices get countless phone calls from their constituents demanding accountability for the Epstein files. It was something that Donald Trump ran on in his campaign for president in this last election cycle. So this has become somewhat of an organic movement that really crosses party lines, and it's really been these heartfelt, courageous stories from the survivors of this saga that have kind of driven that. And when Speaker Johnson today talks about his desire to protect the innocent folks that have been caught up in this controversy.
Oh, thank you very much for $2, Stephanie. Thanks as usual for covering this. I try. Thank you all for being here middle of the day. I think I'll try and do more streams like this.
It comes at the same time that these survivors just earlier today passionately made the case that this resolution needs to be passed because this information needs to get out and that it's been covered up for far too long. So that's why many of them were in the gallery to watch this vote take place because they feel so strongly about it. But you're very right, Hallie, and you've talked to these survivors more than anyone I know. The idea that they would get to this stage where they would see such an overwhelming vote given how...
Somebody, weren't they saying that he was an informant as an excuse for his... Yeah, that was the fucking line Mike Johnson was trying to walk for a while. I was like, no, he helped people take down all that shit, which is just fucking okay, dude. Hi, Eric.
extend the remarks and to include extraneous material on SJ Res 80.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Jesus Christ.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of SJ Res 80, which repeals the Biden administration's 2022 Integrated Activity Plan, or IAP, for the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, also known as the NPRA.
Great.
Under the Naval Petroleum Reserves Production Act of 1976, the approximately 23 million acre NPRA was designated by Congress due to its vast energy resources. In 1980, Congress amended the act and directed the Secretary of the Interior.
See, this is why I could never be in this shit, because I would be sitting back here and like fucking boring.
In 2020, in President Trump's first administration, the Bureau of Land Management released its IEP for the NPRA. The 2020 IEP listened to local voices and opened up access to over 18.5 million acres.
Grinner, Mike Johnson should be investigated for why he keeps trying to hang this. He won't be. Like, that's the problem. As long as Trump is in power, as long as, well, let me give a caveat. As long as both Trump is in power and all of the same Democrats are in power, like, we're not getting that shit at all. Like, the Democrats will continue capitulating and reaching across the aisle and trying burying the hatchet every time they come to fucking power, or the conservatives will just prosecute all of them. Like, it's so
over 13 million acres were made available for new infrastructure development. Nuggeruk Harcherek, president of the Voice of the Arctic Inupiat, stated in a September 2023 Natural Resources Committee hearing that, quote, "We also felt heard when BLM released an NPRA Integrated Activity Plan in June 2020 that considered the interest of our communities, including future community infrastructure needs," end quote. The IEP outlining management activities for the natural resources throughout the NPRA was thoughtfully crafted by the first Trump administration, taking into account the voices of local indigenous tribal communities. Regrettably, in 2022, the Biden administration placed the 2020 IEP with a new one, reducing the available acreage for oil and gas leasing by 37%, and reducing areas available to infrastructure by over 2.3 million acres. In November 2023, during another hearing on the matter, we heard from Commissioner John Boyle of the Alaska Department of Natural Resources, who expressed concerns about the Biden administration's NPRA rulemaking process.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to put some food on.
The process to date has been confusingly deficient, as the Bureau of Land Management has scheduled and canceled public meetings on short notice, avoided consultation obligations, and attempted to avoid procedural safeguards that are meant to keep rulemakings of enormous public cost and consequence from being hastily and arbitrarily implemented. Neither comprehensive environmental nor economic reviews have been completed for a proposal that will dramatically change environmental and economic management in what may be the largest federal petroleum asset in the country, end quote. In that same hearing, Mr. Harcherek shared, again, I quote, "This decision, coupled with further protections for NPRA, will undoubtedly shrink the economic opportunities available to the North Slope. It virtually guarantees to set us back on our journey towards self-determination by requiring further reliance on the federal and state government to provide for the basic needs of the..."
Okay, chat, I need to go take Lady out real quick. So if I leave this on, I will be back in like 5 minutes. So everybody stay here, and I'll be right back. And we'll get into the Blaire White stuff soon as well.
The people on the North Slope, end quote.
Stop.
Ultimately, the Biden administration stymied energy production within the NPRA and failed to offer leases in a manner that would boost revenue and provide economic stability to the region and the state. The most recent lease sale in the NPRA took place in 2019 when the BLM leased over 1 million acres, generating more than $11 million, including roughly $5.6 million for the state of Alaska. Revenue from developing these resources is essential to livelihoods of all Alaskans. For example, in FY 2022, Alaskan oil and natural gas production, largely driven by the consequences of the pro-energy policies of the first Trump administration, generated $4.5 billion in state and local revenue and supported over 69,250 direct and indirect jobs. Alaska's role as a leader in unleashing American energy dominance will continue. In the Working Families Tax Cut Law, Congress highlighted the importance of the NPRA and required 5 lease sales to be held in the area over the next 10 years. To ensure our energy independence, we must unleash American energy and ensure access to our own resources here at home. This legislation is an important step in doing just that. I thank Representative Begich and Senator Sullivan for their work to bring S.J. Res 80 to the House floor so we can nullify yet another misguided Biden-era action and take another step to put our nation's energy policy back on the right track. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from California, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose S.J. Res 80, which would overturn the BLM's 2022 Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision for the National Petroleum Reserve Alaska, more commonly referred to as NPRA. Now, the name National Petroleum Reserve is more than a little misleading. This is not some industrial sacrifice zone. It's not some untapped oil field just waiting to be developed. On the contrary, the NPRA is the largest contiguous unit of public lands in the United States. It spans 23 million acres, and this area of the Western Arctic is home to a diverse ecosystem where iconic species like wolves, polar bears, and caribou roam, and beluga and bowhead whales shelter in its coastal waters. Millions of migratory birds rely on this intact landscape and critical waters and wetlands that are the NPRA. The legislation before us today would withdraw a smart and well thought out plan to balance conservation and development in the NPRA. The 2022 NPRA plan was developed over more than a decade of engagement with a variety of stakeholders, scientists, experts, indigenous communities, NGOs, and industry. It aimed to limit the disruption and ecological harm from existing oil and gas development while also designating special areas to protect habitat for the many species that call this amazing place home. I respect that there are a variety of views on how to manage our nation's public lands, but it won't be possible for future administrations to incorporate feedback and comments on proposed actions in the NPRA if Congress approves the resolution before us today. The CRA, as we've said several times in the course of this debate, is a blunt instrument. It would prevent BLM from ever issuing a substantially similar replacement, and so this path would strip local land managers of the ability to respond to on-the-ground changes and needs for the future of the NPRA. My friends across the aisle, you don't need to do this. There are already processes in place for administrations to propose new management decisions if you don't like this plan, and the Trump administration is doing just that already, pursuing updates to the land management plans that we've been debating here using these standard inclusive mechanisms that allow for public input. Interior Secretary Burgum withdrew conservation protections for the NPRA in July. And just last week, the Interior Department finalized a new rule that overturned the previous plan. The Congressional Review Act is simply the wrong tool to address any changes to management of these lands, and it's not even necessary. So why do my Republican colleagues need to take up our valuable floor time here debating a rule that their friends in the administration have already rescinded? They just returned from a 53-day taxpayer-funded vacation, canceled 5 weeks of votes, and still have a long to-do list before the end of the year. That list, I hope, includes figuring out how to avoid another government shutdown in January. But you may wonder if my colleagues are spending time on polluter giveaways to maybe distract from something. Maybe something like the fact that President Trump has been mentioned more than 1,000 times in the Epstein emails. President Trump and House Republicans continue to push their drill baby drill agenda, even though it makes no sense for people, for the planet or for our pocketbooks. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this distraction, this HJ Res 80, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to point out that while the current administration did recently rescind the 2024 rule this month, passage of a CRA is still necessary to prevent a future administration from, again, weaponizing IEPs.
All right, thank y'all for waiting.
That ignore congressional
noodle
intent.
here now.
And by replacing the 2022
Oh, no,
IEP,
it's the sound
BLM
on my end.
wouldn't be left in limbo. They would revert back to the initial IEP finalized.
All right, this is boring as fuck. I don't give a shit. Epstein files probably not getting released. If I had to guess. At least certainly not the way that people would want and or need. Girls Gone Wild, Capitol Hill. Hey, let's go to Blaire. Yes, I'm trans. Yes, I'm Christian. My faith journey. Rad.
Yes, I'm a Christian. Yes, I'm trans. Yes, I'm talking about it today. Do you ever consider detransitioning so you can be as God intended you to be? So that's an excellent question. I reached out to God. In almost no time, I had what I can only describe as a supernatural experience. If you can be a politician, autographing bombs, they get sent off to the Middle East.
Oh no. Yeah, just like fucking load a second. Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Kill children. If you can be a serial killer on death row and find God. If God is available to all those people, I know for a fact God is available to me. Yes, I'm a Christian. Yes, I'm trans. Yes, I'm talking about it today. Super non-controversial video today, guys. Nothing too spicy. Nothing that should, cause any
All right. Yeah, YouTube. I find it interesting though that she is calling out, was that Nancy Mace or Lauren Boebert or one of them? No, I think that might have been Christy. No, I don't know. They've all fucking done that. They've all fucking sent things over to Israel. I find it interesting that she's calling that out specifically. But yeah. Vibe coding epidemic, yeah. Is that a weird AI filter? Maybe? I think her face just looked like that, though.
disagreements, of course, in the comments. I'm sure no emotions will rise up from any of this. So let's just jump right in. A lot of people have a lot of feelings, questions, opinions, statements to be made, concerns, etc. about my religion, my faith, my journey towards having faith, because a lot of you guys know that I was not always a Christian. It's been about a 1.5 to 2 year journey now at this point, and it's something that is super deeply personal and something that I have refrained myself from talking a lot about. And I wanted to talk about it today because I haven't really gone in depth about it. I've mentioned it in passing on my podcast channel.
So when people say that it's a personal journey, this is something we saw with Tucker Carlson, where personal journey becomes, for me, synonymous with not knowing shit, with kind of just deciding to pivot and making Christianity your new aesthetic or your new public persona, or an element of the way that they put on performance for a public persona. And I find it fascinating because I'm wondering if she's going to talk about, reading the Bible every night and just being enraptured and finding all the same shit I've heard dozens of times before, because when we covered the hate church and shit, we, being knee deep into this Christian conservative ideology, not surprising. Yeah, you find Jesus when everyone else thinks you're an asshole. The God Awful Movies podcast is doing an episode about an anti-trans film that stars washed-up hacks Dean Cain and Kevin Sorbo. Let's fucking go. Oh, I love that. That's funny.
Which you guys should subscribe to if you haven't. But I wanted to do a main channel, like full sit down, kind of like OG Blaire video where I'm just like talking with you guys, right? I do have a disclaimer though, a few things that I am not in this video. I am not an expert on Christianity or the Bible. I am not a biblical scholar. I am not a preacher.
Chat. What did I say? I don't miss. I don't know. I don't miss. Like, what did I just say about not knowing the Bible and about this being the personal journey being used to cover it up? Like, so if this is something, let's pick apart the argument here, or pick apart what she's saying, because it's not even an argument. She's just saying, I've been working on this for a long time. So if you convert to a religion or you pick up a religion, generally what would happen if you are serious about that religion and its tenets and not just the vague vibe and aesthetic of being like trad or whatever the fuck, you learn a lot about it. You immerse yourself in the history and the theology, the theological studies that have between, you know, Abrahamic religions like Judaism and all of the Catholicism and like all of this other shit. There is a lot to Christianity. Yet it is not surprising, because it is so often used as just an aesthetic, it is not surprising that people arrive most popularly in America, and especially American Christianity, at this kind of formless brand of evangelicalism, where it comes down to vibes rather than an actual foundational or structurally supported theology. Aria, we'll be doing some research into Mar-A-Lago face vid for sure. Yeah, I remember when Russell Brand suddenly started talking about being a Christian right before the allegations came out. Yes, I think it's well, I don't know if there's allegations against Blaire, but like I think it's probably more just going with the flow. And especially when you're in these spaces, when you're in these conservative spaces, there is a lot of groupthink. There is a lot of orthodoxy around like being Christian. But it's why, it's this vague aestheticism where you don't see a lot of delineation where, like, okay, so say, for example, you go to the hate church and you talk about Catholics being trad cath. The hate church are full of very dumb people, but they believe what they believe. They know what they believe, and they'll be able to tell you why they think Catholics are apostate, why they think they're against God, why they think it's not biblical and it's not structurally or found scripturally sound teaching to go with Catholicism, right? Now, you take that same approach with any trad cath, Nick Fuentes Groiper fan with a Crusader LARPing avatar on Twitter. Ask the difference between Catholicism and like a Southern Baptist church. They will not be able to tell you the first fucking thing about doctrinal differences between like, do you accept Jesus as your personal savior? Are you freed through works, or do you just get, you know, freed through the salvation of Christ and you don't need to do works to gain the redeeming blood of the Lamb, or like whatever the fuck, you know? It is it is in this mire that people like Blaire White and Tucker Carlson freely walk into, because they can just say that they're Christian and then get a whole swath of people who are ideologically similarly not discerning, but will just hear Christian, and they flock to it because they understand this almost unspoken truth in conservative circles, that it's better to be some brand of Christian than not. And that includes like Mormonism. Like when I was growing up, here's a good example. When I was growing up, Mormonism was treated like a cult. I grew up Lutheran, right? And the doctrinal differences, foundationally, between Mormonism, which your Mormonism is a cult, but the differences in doctrine are so stark. The shit that Joseph Smith said, and this is not talking about the actual goddamn history of the real Mormon Church, which is something I might actually get back to a video on that, because they're fascinating stories of the like murders and land grabs, and like the history of the Mormon Church is wild. But I think part of this fragmenting along these ideological lines for American evangelical Christianity, really, I started to notice it when I realized how many prominent American conservatives were Mormon, and how many people didn't make a distinction between different beliefs, right? Because as a kid, I wasn't allowed to go to like a friend's church if it wasn't Lutheran, because my mom was like, well, I don't know what you're going to be taught there. Like that's how seriously evangelicals, or at least the sect I was in, took this shit. And now you don't have that, at least not broadly. So I'm very curious what I'm making a prediction that Blaire is going to be, maybe she has a church, but I kind of doubt it. I think it is going to be a personal journey with God, which just mostly means a completely unguided tour through rhetoric that she is unqualified, unknowledgeable of, to be able to interpret and then apply to her life. Because there is stuff in the Bible. This is not me shitting all over religion. Sure, if you want to be a Christian, God bless you. There is stuff in the Bible that can be useful for building a life around, for building community around. There are positive messages to be gleaned. The problem with being a conservative influencer and just picking up a Bible is you come into it with an entire worldview that has already been stapled to the Bible, where it serves more as a manual for a set of justifications for your morality, of exclusion, of oppression, of several other things. And that's what it becomes for so many people. It becomes a justification rather than an actual coherent worldview or theology. And I'm curious what direction she's going to take with that.
Sure, I am not here to convert anybody. That would have never worked with me. And so that's simply not my goal here today. I just want to talk about me, my story with it. And I have a few things I want to get across, and we'll get into that. I'm aware that there are no trans people on the internet almost at all talking about being Christian or religious at all, for that matter, on the internet. Similar to how when I started my channel, there were no trans people talking about right-wing values or being somewhere, other than the radical far left on the political spectrum. And I find that kind of sad, because the idea that Christianity is, or religion is, somehow separate from being gay or trans is something that I've definitely seen my whole life. A lot of gay and trans people feel like they are so far removed from having access to that. They feel a lot of resentment towards, religious establishment. They feel a lot of forsakenness. They feel forsaken by the church, forsaken by God, forsaken by the Bible. Today's video is sponsored by Merge Cooking, the cozy merge game where I can actually de-stress, relax.
Jesus Christ. That's crazy work. That is crazy work. What? Man. Most replayed? No, that's the most skipped to. God. I will be missing that. Oh no, somebody just said her lips look like cocktail weenies, and now I'm never going to be able to unsee that. That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. You should get sponsor block. I don't know if that would that help. Would that do anything? Cocktail weenies is outrageous. Yeah, fucking tell me about it.
The download link and
Yeah, miss me with that. Somebody said, is she gonna advertise Raid Shadow Legends next? Hey, I'll fucking Raid Shadow Legends if you're listening. Throw some ducats at me. I'm actually kind of bummed. I got a offer. I need to follow up with them because I got a ad offer for I think that Warhammer mobile game, the 40K mobile game, like the tactical one. Which like I've been getting into 40K more, and so I was like, you know what? Actually, if it's I will download it and play it. If it's an all right game, sure. Why the fuck? I will do an ad for that and give me money. I love money. Well, at its core, I hate money, but I love being able to have money. I love being able to pay bills and not stress about it. That's pretty nice for me. Yeah, I think it's Tacitus. And I need to Tacticus. And yeah, have I been reading books or playing games? Yeah, reading the books or playing the games. Yes, I've been playing on and off. I've been getting through Rogue Trader every now and again, and then I've been playing or reading Cadia Stands. I need to actually just buckle down and finish Cadia Stands because I got a decent way into it, and then I started reading Mona Lisa Overdrive by William Gibson, and I also haven't finished that, and then I started reading this Hannah Arendt Life of the Mind book, which has like 20 hours of reading in it, so we'll see.
and gift code are in the description and the pinned comment of this video. Or you can just scan the QR code somewhere on the screen. Thank you so much to Merge Cooking for sponsoring this video, and now on to the rest of the video. And I'm not here, like I said, to be a biblical scholar. For a long time, I felt like I had to be an expert or I had to have it all figured out. And then I realized, the further I learned, no one has it figured out and no one knows what they're talking about. You know, there's apparently over 45,000, according to the World Christian Encyclopedia, 45,000 to 47,000 Christian denominations in the world. So that is a lot of different groups within that umbrella that can't seem to agree on what the Bible says or doesn't say, what the true path to God or Jesus truly is. And so, as far as I'm concerned, as long as the whole world is debating everything about it, I don't have to have it all figured out to sit here and just be.
So that's actually kind of fascinating. Because she's not wrong, right? Like, you can look at the massive Christianity, and I was just discussing this. Like, there are so many myriad doctrinal differences. But I have a sneaking suspicion. I don't want to let her off the hook too quickly, because I have a sneaking suspicion this is going to be used to simply justify being a quote-unquote trans Christian by identifying with an ideology that on one hand benefits her to have on her side, which is American Christianity, and on the other hand widely vilifies people just like her. So I'm very curious how that's gonna, yeah, let's get at it. Let's get also AI overviewing. There are over 45,000 Christian denominations globally. You can't scroll down. Like, there's a little link right here that you can usually find a source at. You can't like dig just a little bit deep. All right, fine. Girl, you put out like one video every 2 months. What the fuck are you? Oh, I hate how much low effort content there is.
Honest with you guys. For me, finding Christianity, finding God has been the most transformational, profound, empowering thing that's occurred.
Now, look, I understand that somebody might be going through a great internal journey. But Blaire, can you really say it's the most transformational phase or most transformational thing that's ever happened? Can you really say this has been the most transformational? Huh. Pact 1558, thank you for 17 months. My religious journey has been deeply personal to me, but not personal enough to not accept a sponsor from Raid Shadow Legends.
Not just in my adult life, but in my entire life. And so the idea that there are people who maybe deprive themselves of that because they're gay or because they're trans or because they're any sort of, pariah or someone who's felt forsaken or scorned by religious people, that makes me sad. So a lot of you guys may remember a few years ago, I was on the Roseanne Barr podcast and we had a really funny, but real, at least to me, moment where I was telling her, I feel like I'm being called to God, but I don't really know how to get there intellectually. I'll put the clip in. It's super funny. I want to believe in God, actually, but I don't really know how.
Look up through your eye sockets as far as you can. Look all the way up to where your head hurts or your eyes strain. Your eyes way up there. Breathe in. Contain it. Up there. It's cool up there.
I don't think I'm trans anymore.
Okay, so when I started talking about this, I called attention to a similarity between Tucker Carlson, who is somebody else who has kind of taken on this. Well, I have a very personal relationship with Jesus, and I'm not a theologian or anything by any measure, but doesn't God call us to do like if you listen to any of his shit, it is the same thin veneer of Christian aesthetics. But one of his big inciting incidents that we talked about, we talked about it when it came out because it is one of the most insane videos I've ever seen. My other fucking this headset is goddamn. I want to put a headset on my throne wish list, and hopefully somebody can help me out with that because this one is it is actively trying to not exist at this point. This headset is fighting as hard as it can to just be destroyed. Yeah. But the thing that Tucker claimed was his road to Damascus moment, I guess. The thing that made him really believe was being, quote unquote, being attacked by a demon, which if you actually just go back and listen to that interview, it was very clearly his dog scratched him in the middle of the night or something. Or because he just goes and he talks about, and there were these claw marks that were just left on me, and there was no reasonable explanation that I could come up with. So I came to the conclusion that it must have been some kind of divine intervention, or this is likewise a deeply stupid inciting incident to hold up as this is one of the things that really sent me on my journey. When you are sitting with somebody as wackadoo cuckoo banana pants as Roseanne Barr, and you are told to just look up until your eyes hurt, and that was the thing that made you go, damn, I think God actually might be real. there are so many little things that, and it's don't think that I'm saying that, oh, this is all conservatives, because it happens on the left too. Unfortunately, it happens with libs, it happens with everybody. But there are little tiny moments where somebody will say something that reveals so much about their character, and the only real thing I can draw away from it is that, oh, you are just deeply dumb. Like not as in you are intelligent or you are unintelligent, so to speak, but that you just have no curiosity to pursue that further, to interrogate yourself about why you might accept this so readily. Yeah, and her saying I'm not trans anymore is also very clearly a joke. Leftist Ginger Girl, thank you for 200 bits. Gonna have to go and actually do my job. Godspeed, capitalist soldier. But I'm glad I got to catch your stream. Have a great night. You too. Tucker Carlson sounds like Yoda. Closer to God, I feel. That wasn't my best Yoda. That wasn't my best. Yeah, Drax is streaming early. I need I need funds. I need funds, and I figured begging online would be a good way to do it. Thank you, Nehemiah. Speaking of which, for $10. Fun fact, the demon Lilith supposedly goes after men sleeping alone in their house and causes nocturnal emissions. Just saying, if Tucky Poo woke up with scratches, she must have been feeling wild. I find shit like that so funny. One of the things I love about folklore, because I have like whole books that I bought on like the history of folklore, and the problem with buying folklore books or going to like occult bookstores or anything, I've always found, is that I don't know how much of it is just bullshit, or if somebody has like actual academic sources and, you know, they're looking at old, you know, Norse and Scandinavian carvings and all that shit. But the thing I love about that kind of stuff is that you read in between the lines and you can see just like what kind of behaviors would be like they were being used to rationalize, because that's what so many things in folklore, and again, this is where you get a lot of like folklore scholars and religious scholars, is when you kind of understand the basis for human behavior and the basis of, you know, you go into like the not Kant, god damn it, who is it again? It's fucking the symbols guy. I was just trying to reference this with Jordan Peterson. It's fucking Jung. Thank you very much, Sliver Meats. Yeah, like the Jungian emphasis on symbols and meaning and, you know, all this shit. That's where fucking Peterson gets his maps for meaning bullshit. And there is a truth to that. Jung takes it a little bit too far, but there is a truth to like a lot of the things that we hold up to be significant, or the reason we hold them up to be significant is because of the like the things that they allow us to explain about the world around us. And that's what I find fascinating, is the way in which you can kind of see like, okay, because I have heard that, Nehemiah, I've heard that about Lilith before, way back in the day. And it's funny to consider, like, you know, like what were the circumstances, the conversations between multiple people that had to have evolved for somebody to be like, oh yeah, no, that's Lilith. Yeah, no, dude, you busted in your sleep. Psh, don't even worry about it. That's just a sex demon. Like, what were the? It just the world seems so much more interesting with that level of mysticism, honestly. And maybe that was the truest, most ambitious form of humanity. To always be able to reach for something more, to always be able to explain something else, was when everybody still believed that like busting in your sleep meant that there were sex demons targeting you. Damn. I like to think some young man woke up with a wet bed and went, it wasn't me. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, tried to justify it. Like, somebody asking, why is this coarse woolen blanket so crusty in one spot. Sex demons are trying to take my seed. Be the sex demon you want to see in the world. I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you, Slappy? Have always been monster fuckers. Many such cases. Many such cases. What was their name? Night. Lilith comes from the word for night. That's funny. Alrighty, yeah, let's get back onto her journey here.
And so that was silly, but it was real. I use humor, and so does she, about stuff like that. But it was not too long after.
What was that? And granted, this was a out of context clip. What was the joke? Like, what was the basis for that? I don't get what was funny. Like, can somebody explain to me? Huh?
That I had this awakening, and it happened slowly and over time, but also in a moment. And it's so hard to explain that. And I feel like if you've had a spiritual awakening, I feel like you get that. And I'm not trying to use language that isn't, familiar to people who aren't spiritual or haven't had that moment or whatever, but you know what I mean if you know what I mean.
Spiritual also seems like a little bit of a slip up. Because spiritual is a term that you'll hear a lot in these kind of, because there's this weird implaceable ideology that has evolved from this kind of pick and choose buffet line evangelical, like, vague Christianity, where people will take the shit that they want and use the Bible to justify believing that. But then, because there are so many other aspects at play in the modern world that go against things, the big actually fedora wearing atheist, like, Reddit argument is always like, did you know about the one that the verse that says you're actually not supposed to eat shellfish or wear mixed fabrics? Checkmate, Christians. And it's like, yeah, but Christians have been doing that, and it has been all but encouraged by, again, this kind of big group hug sentimentality where it's like, oh, you just believe in Jesus? Doesn't matter if it's as your Lord and Savior, or if you need to come and accept Christ, or you can only gain redemption through works. Like, doesn't matter the major foundational doctrinal differences. Doctrinal differences people have died and killed over in the past. That shit, throw it all out of the airlock, because you can just kind of say, no, actually, I just dislike gay people because of this one verse that I've been told about online, or I just think that, some other bullshit that they use to justify stuff. And it's like, they just pick and choose things that ends up with people. You end up with this weird phenomenon where, like, 30-year-old wine Jesus, but then we'll also have crystals for good energy, or we'll believe in, like, mediums or shit like that. And it's like, we've gotten to this weird grab bag religion that is so incoherent a lot of the times. And the thing I find fascinating about her, to wrap all this around to why I originally stopped the video, the thing I find fascinating about her specifically being like, oh, well, the people who don't understand spirituality, is that it's usually just placed under this broad banner of, like, oh, no, I'm not really religious, because people understand that, like, being religious means some kind of church body, being part of some kind of congregation. So they say, I'm not religious, I'm just more spiritual, right? You see that. You see that shit a lot. Have you been talking to my mother? Oh, your mom too, huh? Your mom too?
And if you
yeah, and honestly, somebody in the chat saying cherry picking hate crap from the Bible is lazy and ill motivated. It's so fucking, like, it's me, Swag, and thank you for following. The reason that I have no respect for like the trad cath dipshit online crusader meme groypers is that they just have like, they aren't about that shit, you know? Like, and that really, I don't respect a lot of people. But if somebody is about that shit, even if I loathe who they are as a person, I can at least respect that. That's why I don't respect Nick Fuentes at any level. I will never miss a chance to throw disdain on that little shit's name because he is a duplicitous little slinking rat of a human being. He is a slug who will say whatever is most advantageous to him at a moment, and when he's called out on the shit he actually believes, will double back and be like, well, no, I didn't actually say this, and like, he's just a fucking pussy. Stand by the shit you believe if you believe it. That's my firm belief. And it goes into why I am so against like so many of these trad cat LARPers is that they don't go to fucking mass. They don't go to actual church. They pass around crusader memes in their little Discord chats that they make with AI and put anime girls and cat girls into it to like somehow try and weld their already poisoned internet brain ideology to the vague aesthetics of being some kind of traditionalist or moral fighter. And it's honestly just kind of a hop, skip, and a jump from what I'm assuming, what I think. We're going to watch the rest of it, but where I think Blaire is going to go.
Don't, maybe just stick with me and try to hear me out. And around that time period, I reached out to God and I said, please, explain to me why I'm feeling this pull. Tell me what this means. And if you felt the pull, again, you know what I'm saying. And I said, I don't know how to logically get there that you're real. I was super like, literal and physicalist about it. I was like, if you could just give me not a sign, I don't want something, fuzzy or something that is kind of enigmatic or not tangible. I want you to prove to me that you're not only like real, but like there's a point to me talking to you like this. There's a point to me feeling like I can communicate with you. And in almost no time, I had what I can only describe as a supernatural experience. And yet it was so tangible at the same time. It was so literal at the same time, yet impossible, yet.
So one of the things I have always found fascinating about these kind of come to Jesus stories, because, and this is the thing, so I mentioned earlier, I was raised Lutheran. And one of the things we learned about was the history of Martin Luther, and really all through his life. Because he was really kind of the only, like, I guess, prophet, you could say, of Lutheranism, even though Lutherans generally don't treat him like a prophet or anything. It's just more like the founder of this specific sect, I guess you could call it. And one of the things that happened to him is that he was, before he became a monk, because he was a Catholic monk before he nailed the 95 Theses on the church door and spoke out against indulgences and all that shit, he had a moment, I'm trying to remember the basics of it, but the way it was taught to us is that he was going to school to become a doctor or a lawyer or some other profession that, every parent wanted their kid to do in whenever the fuck Germany, 1600s, I don't remember. And they got caught in a storm in the road, and he hid under a tree that was split in half by lightning. And this is my vague recollection from shit I learned in not kindergarten, but like probably second, third grade, like really early. And the way that the story was told, that he prayed to God in that thunderstorm that if God helped him or delivered him, he would quit going to school and become a monk, dedicate his life to Christ. 95 Theses was early 1500s. I knew it was 100 years, give or take. And so what ended up, the way that is kind of taught to kids, 15, 17, hell yeah, thank you, is that, okay, he basically had a moment very much like this with God. Like, this was his great calling to religion, to serve God and to be a man of God and worship and interpret the scripture, and God used him and blah blah blah. But the thing that sticks out to me about that story now is that he thought he was going to die, right? And this was at a time when you do believe like God and religion is just like still relatively accepted, right? We hadn't reached peak post-enlightenment where people are like, oh, God is dead and all that shit. So I think about that whenever I hear a story about coming to Jesus. And when you hear about, because you'll hear about stories of, fucking go watch the 700 Club or go watch any of those like old 80s, 90s. I've seen a number of them via Fundy Fridays and the stuff that they do over there, where you will have these stories about people, being awakened and seeing the light. And when you look into them, or if you read between the lines of things they're saying, they were already at a point in their life where either shit was really bad, but more likely than anything, they were already at a point in their life where they were susceptible to the idea of God, susceptible to the idea of religion. And in Blaire's case, I can only speculate, but I think, that probably has something to do with the fact she's probably been chatted up by other conservatives in the movement talking about Christ, probably been proselytized to by other people in these spaces. So it is not like the idea of there being this big moment, where God came to me, or I feel that he spoke directly to me, or all this stuff, to me means less than nothing. Because if you are at the point, generally speaking, where you are talking to God, you have already entertained a worldview where God exists, where God wants to have a relationship with you. You have already engaged in the fundamentals of the Christian worldview, where you have this direct back and forth relationship with God. And it doesn't, like, you have already convinced yourself of this being real. So the idea of then going and being like, damn, this shit, I don't know how to tell everybody this, but it was real to me, is like, yeah, of course it was. Because you were already open to the idea of it being real. One of the things as humans we do is recognize patterns, where people, it's you gotta be careful with how you say it. It's like, oh no, I'm just recognizing patterns. I'm just pointing stuff out. I'm just noticing things. But that is based in the truth that, like, humans are pattern recognizing animals. It's how we pass things down. It's how a lot of dumbass shit gets disseminated. But at the end of the day, like, we do still want to see things even when they might not be there, because it is easier to contemplate something. And this just goes back to basic cognition. It is easier for us to process something that is more familiar, right? It's like it's the old I don't know if it's an old wives' tale, but I've always thought about the it might be an urban legend, but like, you can never dream somebody's face. Anybody who you see in a dream is somebody's face that you've actually seen in real life, because the mind isn't able to come up with an original 100% unique face.
Totally out of the scope of possibility, that it was exactly what I asked for and needed for. And I felt like my entire third eye opened, or my spiritual life opened at that moment, and I didn't know where that was necessarily headed. I actually, even at the time, wasn't necessarily set on that means the Christian God of the Christian Bible, but that is where I felt called after that moment, which changed my life forever. And I think I'm going to keep some of those specific details to myself, because it is so deeply personal and so mind-bending, and so I'm still unpacking in a lot of ways, despite the fact that I experienced it and have worked through it. And I feel like I sort of had a moment where I really...
Did she talk about what it was? Or is she just continuing to say, like, she just had a moment. She just had a personal moment. Slappy Meats. It was so profound. It's so based and true, but it's a secret. Yeah, like, literally hand waving the whole experience. Great. Rad. Love it. All right. Yep.
Grew up intellectually as well, because I started to understand what I thought the world was when I had this awakening. I had no clue. I thought I had it all figured out, that what this world is, it's what's right in front of you, right? This microphone, this table, this hair, this light on me right now. And that I realized my mind actually can't wrap around exactly what this thing is that we're all living in, and that there are forces so much higher, and one force really sitting at the top of that. And I feel like part of that growing up was also, I realized how much I had judged God through the lens of people who had represented or proclaimed to represent God throughout my life. I thought of the fact that the few times I had gone to church as a kid, I had so many questions, and I felt like they were not answered by the people in the church. I felt like I almost could intuit more about the Bible as a little kid reading it than the pastor or the Sunday school teacher telling me about it. They almost knew nothing about it. And so I felt like that somehow meant that God, that was like a sort of indictment on God in my mind. Well, this can't be real. God can't be real because people don't represent him well. You hear of scandals in the church. You hear of scandals, horrific ones, in the Catholic Church throughout history. You see so many people using religion, all religions, to justify heinous things. You see people not living through, the biblical teachings they purport to believe in or preach to others. You see it weaponized. You see it used as a way to launch hate at people, sometimes gay and trans people as well, obviously. And
no shit.
I realized that I had been judging God by people. The fact that I didn't feel necessarily welcome or at home in a church, I had this misconception that.
And here we go. I had not feel at home or welcome in a church. So here is where we are going. We're starting to go off road, because she is now saying that oh no, all that hate, all that the bad stuff, people are going to ask, how can you be trans and Christian when so many trans people or so many people use the Bible as justification to target and harass and even threaten to kill trans people? I should know. Yeah, just take a gander back through my YouTube playlist if you don't know what I'm talking about. And so now here's the part where she's going to be like, okay, but what if we just went off road a little bit? Huh? What if we just ditch the people who are interpreting the gospel based on at least some foundation of understanding? And what if I just kind of picked and choose the stuff I liked and wanted? And it's but Blaire, that's not actual Christianity. I can call myself a Buddhist. Doesn't make it true. If I'm just reading I can read a couple quotes from the Buddha on a fucking quote calendar in one of those calendar stores that pops up until January. If I hold those quotes near and dear to my heart, it still doesn't make me a Buddhist. You understand? It's this. There's just no real barrier to entry to call yourself a Christian, I think, is the biggest problem. No, that was her Tucker Carlson demon attack. I absolutely think so.
That was somehow a statement about God, and God is not people. People cannot represent God. And so that's been really foundational in my understanding of spirituality and God as well.
Okay, so two things. One, people cannot represent God. God represented himself through people. One of the most famous verses in the Bible is holy men of God spoke as they were moved by the Holy Spirit, which is describing how the Bible can be both divinely inspired as the word of God, yet be written by men. Second off, then that means if you do not believe, then that's fine if you don't believe that God can appear through people, but then you need to be hardline anti-fucking Catholic, because that's their whole bag. That's their whole kit and caboodle.
you know, and I'll speak to the gay and trans thing right now, because obviously that's a part of this, right? And by the way, it's only a part of this because unlike other people whose, you know, sins or whose conditions or
Is she gonna blame like radical leftists, like the crazy trannies?
whose actions may be concealed by the fact that they're not wearing it, you know, on their sleeve. I'm coming to you as a trans person on video saying that. You know, there's a lot of people out there
We'll see.
You know, cheating on their wives, autographing bombs that get sent off to the Middle East to kill children who call themselves Christians. A lot of people who, you know, where they may be contradicting the Bible in their personal life, they have the cover of it not showing or, you know, coming up front. I'm coming to you with all my cards on deck, right? And I've seen so many gay and trans people hold this resentment because some of them have been abused by the church, abused by religious people in their family. A lot of them, you know, as children and as adults are told that they cannot be gay and, you know, have a relationship with Jesus, for which I have to really emphasize that and say, that's the thing that has really drawn me to Christianity, is that it really truly is about a personal relationship with God. And I never understood that. I saw it as this legalistic, here's all the list of rules you have to follow for God. And don't get me wrong, there are rules. However, Jesus over and over emphasized the relationship aspect between every person and God.
What did I say?
He never excluded anybody.
What
In
did
fact,
I
there are so
say?
many wonderful passages where he makes it very clear, such as Galatians 3:28, which states that there is neither male nor female, for you all are one in Jesus Christ. Now, does that mean, you know, we're all non-binary? Obviously not. The lens at which you look.
Oh, okay, but you gotta throw the MBs under the bus. Okay, bitch, I see. God, like, what did I say? I think somebody mentioned something in the chats on being like, this is her way of trying to distance herself from bigotry or trying to make some kind of turn, or I think, yeah, sure, there might be a genuine emotional journey happening here. Maybe Blaire White it would be a fascinating person to turn slightly to the left, because she is somebody who is constantly advocated, much, you know, honestly, much like Destiny did before his turn, against like SJWs, and like she's very much taken the libs of TikTok tip of, we're gonna call out all these crazy blue-haired college commie tankies, whatever. But we're also going to hold them up as this monolith of what the left is in America, which is obviously not true. But on the same tip, she has had to constantly deal with the cognitive dissonance of being prominently trans, being vocal about it, talking about it, and then constantly dealing with harassment from the ideological side that she ascribes to most. So I do think there's probably some kind of soul searching that's been happening with the current trend of people who are starting to distance themselves, or at least their image of Trump, their vision of the Trump worldview has started to fracture their I guess their confidence, their faith in that movement. I think there are going to be people who will be going through a soul searching, and maybe it's just a complete coincidence that this is happening, as there is also this massive vibe shift underway, kind of against this more reactionary conservatism. But I personally don't think so. And by the way, this is not me saying that like, oh, Blaire White's going to be based, or she's going to really, you know, come out as a great ally, because I honestly think she is too stuck in her ways. She is too kind of insulated by her wealth and privilege to, you know, actually have these honest conversations with other people in the community. And like, I think she is too Brianna Wu-pilled from the right rather than a vague left like Brianna. But yeah. Nehemiah, thank you very much for $5. God is an NB who only uses he, him pronouns because Hebrew only has masculine and feminine grammatical gender. Wahoo! Thank you very much for $5. Yeah, she has way too much of an incentive.
I know it varies. Like I said, 50,000, you know, denominations of Christianity who can't seem to agree on small and big things. So the way I interpret that is the entire story of Jesus is about transcending flesh. That's just my own personal.
Okay, damn, Clive Barker. do we think she's gonna end up? Do we think she's gonna pull a Melanie Matt grift? Because that's kind of what I'm curious about. I think Nehemiah's one of the commenters, might be over on Z-Breeze. I think Nehemiah is on. No, Nehemiah's on YouTube. Entertainment Power Fuchs Domain says, now what I studied the last 2 years, that LGBT conservatives are say they are angry left LGBTs make minority to their personality, but they talk more about that as them. Yes. I mean, because it's what people want to hear from them. Like when people go to that kind of audience that they're being welcomed in, you know, like they make it their personality. They're like, I'm the based trans girl, or I'm like, you know, fucking the black conservative or something. What they're going, or what people go to them for, like, there might be, you know, I've unfortunately had to watch like Fresh and Fit lately, and what a nightmare, because I've been researching Destiny. Destiny's done a lot of stuff on Myron Gaines' podcast. And somebody like Myron Gaines, I am sure there are black people in the community, black men who go to him for advice. They see things the same, etc. But when you have somebody who makes their political identity tie it into identity politics, there's a difference between like a Myron Gaines and I forget the other dude, the dude who called himself a comedian but was never fucking funny, who's another like prominent black conservative. The difference between somebody like Myron Gaines is Myron Gaines has a built-in audience of other people from within the black community, whereas other people are usually trying to appeal to a wider conservative demographic. Whereas it's not just, you know, they're going to be black people talking to other black people about issues that affect like a black community predominantly, or things that those black communities are more familiar with. It is people like Terrence. Yes, Terrence. Thank you very much. Terrence Phillips. Yeah. Something like that. Yep, it is Terrence. You're absolutely right, though. I know. I can picture the like videos I've seen of his. Where like the thing for Terrence is that, and Candace Owens does this too, where they will play to the white conservative perception of a quote unquote a good one, right? Which is to say that, like, you know, and Blaire White has done the same thing for trans people, where they will be able to go and listen, and Blaire White, just like Terrence, would no, you're right. I forget his goddamn name. It's not Terrence Howard. Yeah, she'll get the reception of Peter Thiel saying, "I'm gay" at the RNC. It's this kind of like space where they feel like they get to go up and feel insulated from their own communities, but they don't really need that because they will get all of this institutional support from conservative movements. But they can sit there and, as a trans person, or as a black person, or as a, you know, a person of color, or as a woman, or like all of these different little niche groups, conservatives fucking love their identity politics, because then they get to go to these sources. They get to go to people like Blaire White to hear about trans issues, and then get to feel confident walking away that they have the correct viewpoint because it came from somebody in that group. Where the reality is that they're just repeating the things that conservatives want to hear. They are just repeating the same talking points on fucking like that they get from libs of TikTok, and, you know, oh, you can't trans kids and all of this shit. Like it's just the same stuff through a different lens, but the utility that people from these out groups, from these identity groups have, is that they lend a justification. They lend a justification and a almost a mascot quality, like to being quote unquote one of the good ones. And yeah, it was Terrence K. Williams. You got it. Thank you. Don't want to be mean. Have I seen Laura Loomer recently? So Van, I saw some of the pictures that were going on about Laura Loomer. I think they were faked, honestly. Because I've like, maybe if I see like video of her moving in action, but the stuff I've seen looks like AI generated, and I can't really trust it. I don't doubt that she like would have a botched operation. That seems like a Laura Loomer thing to happen, but the stuff I've seen is just like, I'm not even gonna really talk about it other than that to say that like I think that stuff is fake until I've seen more convincing evidence. It is funny though. Slapping meats is particularly effective with conservatives because of how much they depend on monolithic entities to act as a primary and final source. Yeah. There was a video. Do you have a link? Link Queen?
Personal opinion, and again, I'm not here to prove to you God is okay with me being trans. It's not the point of this video. No one is deprived of a relationship with Jesus. If you can be a politician autographing bombs that get sent off to the Middle East to kill children, if you can be a serial killer on death row and find God, for which there are many pastors who work with people on death row and try to save their souls. If God is available to all those people,
again, and I know it's not an intentional thing, but she's bringing up a great example now after I had already talked about people, of course, accepting God or having a religious experience at a point where they are more like they are already susceptible to these ideas. And there is not a single better example of that than people on death row facing the reality of the end of their impending mortality. There's one of my favorite Iron Maiden songs, and you know, fans in the chat will know, Hallowed Be Thy Name, which is such a wonderfully written piece of music. It's so, I could do a whole fucking treatise on why it's so good. But there's an amazing moment where, because it's all about a prisoner being sent to execution, and the lyrics kind of start out, they're talking tough to themselves. It's an internal monologue that is happening as this person is being brought out to a courtyard to be hung. And there's this moment where he talks about, as I'm, walking out to the courtyard, somebody cries from their cell, "God be with you. If there's a God, why does he let me die?" And it goes from that, kind of I don't need this God shit. But as it progresses through the rest of the song, it becomes so much more frantic and becomes so much more emotionally fraught as this person comes closer and closer to death. And it's the old saying, there are no atheists in a foxhole, where it's like, on a technical level, you can, actually, well, that's not true. But it's a saying for a reason, is that, when you're in a high-pressure situation like this, you're goddamn, somebody praying for you you're not going to be like, no, please don't pray for me. And I think that's, there are a lot of ways you could psychoanalyze that, it's our need to find meaning in something or whatever. But the point I'm making is that, she obviously can't know it, but her specifically bringing up death row inmates converting to Christianity, I'm going to chalk that one up to a +1 for, you are already in a position to be susceptible to something and you are just buying into it more. Yeah, faith under desperation is almost coerced. Exactly.
I know for a fact God is available to me. And how do I know that? Because I met God, because I had that personal, transformational experience, that supernatural experience, like I said. And it's just been so positive in my...
Grodon, thank you very much for 100, and have a good rest of your night. Somebody said, I feel like you're being a dick if you tell someone not to pray for you. I tell people to do that all the time, but it's because a lot of people, so it's two different things. One, if I was in an actual foxhole and somebody said, "Hey, I'm gonna say a prayer for you," like, yeah, sure, I don't care. I've had Muslim people pray for me. I've had indigenous people pray for me. Like there is something to being, even if I don't necessarily believe in it. There was a moment in the documentary I did in LA where there was somebody from a local indigenous tribe who was I don't know the term, I guess anointing or kind of giving a blessing to members of the crowd, and they did that with me. And there is like that was a powerful moment for me. And it's not because I felt, like a spirit come into me, or I felt like, oh, I have spirit armor now, or like it wasn't anything supernatural, but it was that feeling of this shared moment of community between people. Now that is a very different kind of prayer than when people say, "Bless your soul, I'll pray for you. You just don't know what it's going to be like in the future, but I'll pray for you. Oh, bless your pea-picking heart. You know what? I will pray for you." If it sounds like I'm angling that towards a specific brand of person, then yes, I am. Because we've all known, ask a Texan. Like, go have a Texan tell you something and then say, "Bless your heart," and see how they fucking react. Because it's very backhanded. It's that streak of just like backhanded. It's love the sinner, hate the sin type shit. Where it's just like, if you are going to genuinely pray for me, yeah, sure, it is dickish to be like, "No, I don't, actually, I don't fucking believe in Sky Daddy," blah. But if it is that kind of passive aggressive bullshit, like I literally have told people, fucking save your breath. Like, no, because at a certain point it's like, no, you're not actually praying for me. You are not praying for somebody to be benefited. You're not praying for somebody's success. What you're praying for is that person will come around to your worldview through, some kind of coercive force. Sakalol, thank you very much for following. Slappy Meats, one of my partners had his parents say, "We don't approve of your lifestyle and we'll pray for you," in the same breath. Many such cases. Did that to my Texas trans friend. She laughed and said, "Fuck you." Yeah, that is the correct Texan response. Fighting Hob at the BLM protest in San Diego. The march began near a Catholic church downtown, and one of the priests was anointing protesters. I got me an ash forehead cross and everything. One of the things that happened in one of the first days when I was down in LA, it was like a faith leader gathering, and all the way up until those first tear gas canisters started firing, like there were priests and stuff on the front line. Catholic priests, there was a Catholic priests. I can only really recognize Catholic priests by their frock, because most evangelical priests just look like white dudes, or just dudes in general, I guess, if it's not, where it's mostly white population. But they'll just wear fucking khakis and button downs. And then rabbis, if they are of a more, and I am not well versed enough in the different varieties of Judaism and how they present, but like you can tell an Orthodox Jew with the what's, see, I don't remember the name of the hat. I'm gonna feel stupid because somebody's gonna point out in the chat and I'll be like, "Of course it's that thing." The hat and the curls. Yeah, the hat and the curls. No, it's yarmulke. Which is very, it's funny to see people in the chat typing yarmulke because it's spelt yarmulke. Yarmulke. I believe that's correct. Yeah. But no, I've seen, and it's so weird because, again, seeing like Catholics walking around and shit. When I was growing up, like when I was Lutheran, you know, Catholicism is so weird in its place in our collective, like, sociological unconscious, because whether you're, you know, grew up atheist, whether you grew up agnostic, evangelical, Lutheran, like in my case, Mormon, Buddhist, whatever, we are so inundated with Catholic symbolism through like mass media. And I think it's to the point where, like, there was a period of time where I would not watch any fucking horror movies that had anything to do with, like, Catholic priests, any kind of exorcism, because I was just like, there are too fucking many of them. I'm tired of it. Like here's hot tip to anybody out there. If you want a unique premise for a demonic possession or a spirit possession movie, just write a regular demonic possession movie and replace Catholicism with anything else. With anything else. You'll have a far more interesting and engaging presence. Yeah, anyway.
My life, and I can't imagine my life. I just can't imagine it before anymore. Sometimes I almost forget, like, how did I even get through it all? So I threw it out to you guys on my Instagram to ask me any questions you wanted me to address in this video, and any sort of like statements you wanted to make, whatever the case may be. Has it been difficult to find a church to be a part of / call home? I wouldn't say difficult. I would just say that I have not felt called to go to church. And
Chat, what the fuck did I say like an hour ago of ranting? What did I say? Did I say or did I not say that she would be like, yeah, I just haven't quite found a church? That she's had a personal journey. I hate being inside of these people's heads. It's one of those things where I can sit back and be like, damn, I'm pretty good. But then I'm like, okay, but what am I good at? I am good at knowing what these people are going to say to excuse their behavior. Is that really a great skill? Is it really just
a lot of people feel like being a Christian is synonymous with going to church, and that.
Chen Muyu, are you okay? You good? Somebody in the chat just being like, look at the big breasts. I want to see big breasts. And hey, look, not to. Okay? You okay, dude? Chen Malu, you know there's websites for that, right, buddy? You can just take your comments, type it into the search bar at the top of your page. It'll get you where you want to go. I guarantee you, just like scroll through a little bit, you'll be able to find something for yourself. Ma, thank you very much for $5. Demonic possession movie, but it's like Unitarian Universalist, so they have to exorcise the demons using Disney princess songs. Oh, that's heinous. Heinous. Chan failed No Nut November. And like also, look, I'm not going to say Blaire is unattractive. Not my... but if you're looking for big boobs, you can find bigger. Like, what are you looking for big boobs here for, buddy? Come on, man.
The only way to be a Christian is going to church every Sunday, and that is not biblical. You know, the Bible and Jesus talks about how the church isn't here, right? The church is in the body of people who believe in Jesus and are aligned with Jesus. That's actually emphasized over and over and over again, and Jesus was very anti-establishment.
Just to be here, you're wild for that. You're a freak for that. You're a freak for that. Just to be here, put on their fucking Actually glasses to be like, mayhaps you don't know ball about Angela White. Fucking somebody give this Redditor an upvote. I'm just fucking with you.
And anti-power structure when it came to the church. And so it's not about the establishment. It's not about a hierarchy of people to judge you or people you have to go through to get to God. You have a one-way connection, a one-way line to Jesus if you so seek it. I feel very comfortable saying that I'm a Christian, I'm not a churchgoer. And that's also not to say that I am against it. It's also not to say that I am not open to that. There is a church that was recommended to me recently here in Austin that I'm considering going to just to try it out.
Oh boy.
But I just want to say it's not
Austin.
a prerequisite to...
Okay, I'm genuinely curious about what church that is. Monty the Ogre looks up Angela White. Monty the Ogre. Ah, yes. It's just to be here. She's a lovely lady from what I've heard. I've actually, you know what? I've actually heard the same thing. I've heard Angela is a really cool person, which is rare. I feel when you get to that level of penetration, so to speak. I didn't think about the double entendre. I just meant in terms of like market appeal, market penetration. Never mind. You know what? It's fine. I said what I said. We all got to live with it. Alec Gunter, thank you for rating with a party of 9. Hello. How'd y'all's stream do?
Salvation or believing in God or believing in, you know, Jesus.
That
or
is
any
a
of that.
crazy
It's
thing to say.
Actually, the opposite is said in the Bible. So how do you reconcile being trans with religion? Some people think God messed up. So that would be the whole God doesn't make mistakes, you know what I mean? You can't be born in the wrong body sort of thing that people talk about when they try to debunk this trans Christian supposed split. And for me, I never adhered to any sort of ideology that said I was born in the wrong body or God made a mistake. Even before.
Again, it just comes back to picking and choosing, huh? 200 fat goblins, thank you for following. Hey, everybody, I found the Cranko player. It's okay, everybody. We're all good. Oh, hi, Alec. Everybody in the chat saying. Just to be here, I genuinely forgot Angela and Blaire had the same last name. Much to think about. Critical Ox, thank you for $2 writing a book after hours. Description below. Thank you for the 2. No, I got Angela White and Sophie D mixed up for the longest fucking time. Real talk.
I was a self-identified Christian and found God, I never, you know, I never used that language. I never believed that. I never believed there was a mistake with my birth. I believed that my path was my path. And
again, there's this idea at its core of, okay, I've been told this other stuff that, and these doctrinal differences are things that you absolutely can, and in many cases I think should disagree with or debate, or at the very least look into what doctrinal and biblical scholars say about something. Because I find, it's one of the things I find, one of the reasons I find religion so fascinating is the scholarship behind it. The idea that, you know, these things are passed down. These things that are fundamental to our society. It's inarguable that religion is foundational to Western society. Whether that's a good thing or not, completely different story. But that's not really a point you can argue. What's fascinating to me is the way that we will accept that things have changed over times in terms of political structures and stuff. But then you will also have this constant officiation that's happening on how much of religion has changed. How much has the Bible changed? As it was mistranslated, it was retranslated, it was translated into this, and this word got changed from the original Hebrew into the Greek, and like all of that shit. Love that. That is so fascinating to learn about, to hear about. I could listen to people go on lectures about that shit for days. Honestly. But one of the fascinating parts about that, and when you reckon with this kind of thing, is that, yeah, you know, we go back to the hate church, go back to any of the streams I did where they would just, they did this thing and it drives me fucking crazy. It's why I can't watch any more NIFB stuff. because they will take one verse and then flip to from Old Testament to New Testament to one of the fucking epistles and be like, and as you see, this thing from Song of Solomon, they're talking about it again, like in, Galatians, Ephesians, or some shit. And it's like, okay, but those were written hundreds of years apart, translated completely differently, like written by entirely different people from probably multiple hand accounts. So when you get, it's easy to sit down and be like, okay, this is when the Bible was written, this is how it was written, and a lot of people will just hand wave that shit away. But when you get into the actual biblical scholarship of it, it's not that simple of a document to parse. That being said, for her to go, and this is in service of like saying that, yeah, she is kind of right in that there isn't one way to interpret it, but for her to willfully go like, I never agreed to this version of the Bible, is to also ignore the fact that there are so many other interpretations of those things. And to ignore that, I feel, gets at this fundamentally insincere comprehension of Christianity as a religion. If you are joining this religion and your first act is to say, okay, well, I've never believed that, I've never felt that, I feel some of this other stuff, so I'll pay attention to that and have my personal relationship with God, but the rest of it, And it's like, then do you really, Blaire? Do you really? Yeah. Biblical hermeneutics is such a deep rabbit hole. Absolutely. You're spot on about Mormons, by the way. No, that was like an hour ago. Thank you. Draxus, also you look good today, DD. Thank you. Damn. Werix, my wife is part of her divinity degree, including reading the Bible in the original Greek. I love listening to her talk about it and how things have been translated. I could listen to that literally for days. I find that shit like, actually, this word was, I mean, it's where Simric, thank you for $2. Song of Solomon is super thirsty. It's where a lot of the mistranslations around like pederasty and pedophilia and like a lot of the verses, because it's not actually mentioned that often in the Bible, things about homosexuality. A lot of the most hotly contested verses, because it's not like stealing, it's not like murder, where there are these very concrete lessons through the Bible. I think murder is a great one. It's like, there is a commandment dedicated to murder. There is the whole story of Cain and Abel, which if you take the Bible as an abstracted text, which means that it is things that are made to either provide moral lessons or to justify or explain phenomena around us, right? You don't take it as literal, that everybody was real. Then you would expect there to be some kind of story, a parable about focusing on homosexuality as the core deviant act. This does not happen. And when you look into nearly every verse that people have interpreted to be about homosexuality, it's usually there is some contentious debate from biblical scholars, from people who analyze the original Greek or the Hebrew or the way words used to be back then, because it's not just a matter of like, oh, well, this word was slightly changed. It's a matter of like, okay, no, this word was also used in this specific time period in Greece or in Rome or wherever to describe this kind of other thing, or it was slang for this kind of phenomenon. And so there's so many other questions that get just squashed down and oversimplified, and I think it's kind of fascinating. Don't know the various forms of Buddha. Maybe non-dogmatic is a better descriptor. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, it goes back to the Sodom and Gomorrah thing, because Sodom and Gomorrah, people will talk about how like, oh, well, no, it was because they were, sodomites and they were evil. We fucking heard this shit over and over when we were following the hate church. Even the Ten Commandments are up for debate, though. There are concerns that thou shalt not steal was originally thou shalt not kidnap. Fascinating. Find that shit so fascinating. Thank you for $10, Nehemia. Not proselytizing or anything, but if your interest in is how interpreting the Bible has changed over time, go down the rabbit hole of rabbinic Judaism, the Talmud, Midrashim, etc. I dipped my toe in there when I was doing the video on the history of anti-Semitism, and just looking at like the difference between the Talmud and the Torah and all of that stuff is like so. It's I would love to be able to learn more about it one day when I'm not so focused on doing research for 1,000 other projects. Excuse me.
I believe that my path has been solidified throughout this entire journey until now through God, in the sense of I've had people, whether it's on tour or whether I'm meeting someone in the mall or whether I'm encountering somebody in the street who has benefited from my, my work on YouTube and my work in the public eye. I've had people break down crying and thanking me that I helped them find God even before I was a Christian. People, detransitioners, people who are trans, people who have felt helped by my, videos, people who have said, you've stopped me from, deleting myself or ending my life. Like,
I don't want to cast doubt on that, because that could be very well true. I find that the idea of somebody watching Blaire White's content to be like, damn, life is worth living is, I don't know, that's just weird to me. Genuine question. I don't know if anyone will have the answer, but why don't a lot of pastors seem to listen to biblical scholars or try to give up on it? So Merry Christmas, in my experience, and this is different for different pastors, but depending on what church body you go through, most pastors have to, okay, so here's the thing. You can look at somebody like the New Independent Fundamental Baptist, which is the hate church that I have kept tabs on, researched, infiltrated, all that shit. Plenty of videos of them. Their process for becoming a preacher is not actually that stringent from what I can gather. You have to like basically put in the work, put in the hours to build up your acumen. You have to go through Bible class, probably work with another pastor, all that shit. But you compare that to, like, for example, in Lutheran theology, the CLC, or the CLC. Yeah, I think I was part of the CLC. And what you have there is pastors who will spend years going to seminary, which is essentially a church school. Like, you go to learn. This is the same thing that Catholic priests do. They have to go through seminary. They have to go through an entire process of learning about the Bible, which also means, and I know not all Catholic priests do this, but I know that it is pretty common for a lot of Catholic priests to, you want to be a doctrinal expert at least. And that includes like reading up on scholarly stuff that doesn't 100% comport and agree with your interpretation of it. Like, I think that is part and parcel of good religious interpretation, or being able to put together a good religious worldview, is being able to poke holes and all that stuff. Like, if you believe this stuff, that's fine, but just like, you should be able to see the flaws in it. I granted, it's a video game, I get that, but there is the quote in Wolfenstein. I talk about it in my Wolfenstein video essay, but there's a quote from Set Roth where, BJ is asking, they're in a fucking, Holocaust camp, essentially, and extermination camp, essentially, and, Set Roth is turning to him and being like, maybe God is testing us, and BJ says maybe God's testing us. Set Roth says, like, well, then we're failing gloriously, to which BJ says, but you are a believer. Like, you still believe in God, right? And the retort is like, and while looking at people being literally tortured to death in this concentration camp with, no God is coming to save them, like, it is just this very great juxtaposition to me, because what Set says is that, like Like, you always need, like, you can believe in God, but there should always be room for doubt, because, like, this, look around you, this is what unbridled, uncritical, pure conviction leads to. Which is true. Like when you strap yourself into a narrow frame of view and you are not allowing literally anything to contradict or counteract that doesn't lead to better innovation. It doesn't lead to a more equitable outcome for everybody. It leads to some pretty bad places. It leads to absolutism. Anyway.
And I know that, just complete self-awareness here, I would not have the platform to have reached those people if I were not trans. I'm very aware that a part of my public profile, the reason I rose to having a public image, reaching people, millions of people all over the world for a decade now, trans is an integral part of that. And so, in my opinion, and what I feel through my relationship with God, like I said, that is all part of God's plan for me. So I never thought that I'm correcting God's plan, or I was, correcting a mistake that was made. These are the sorts of things that trans activists put on all trans people, just like how they put on that Christianity is somehow adverse or an enemy. I recognize how easy it is to conflate.
What? How, girl, how do you manage to, in this discussion, how did you manage to still slip in like, nah, these other transes are fucking crazy ass dum-dums who think Christianity hates them? Okay, I'm gonna, you know what, sight unseen, I'm gonna go down to her comment section. That's what I'm gonna do right now. Why do they put that all? I got the fucking Young Turks on my, get the fuck out of here. Blaire needs to find Jesus. I felt a pull from God to seek him as he was seeking me. I've been following, praying, watching, and listening to you for years. Your tenderness, compassion, level-headedness, and sweet openness always charmed me. Blaire is glowing. I'm a trans person struggling with faith right now. Interesting. The outpouring of support is genuinely well, okay, but I also can't see what has been hidden. Since Charlie passed away, I felt a pull to it, not gonna lie. Never thought I'd say that or even speak it out loud into the world. Man, again, like, if it's one of those things where if seeing somebody else die is what makes you question mortality, then I just assume you never thought about it before that point, you know? Like, I find that to be such a telling, like, admittance, I think. Yeah, the top comments, not most recent. Let's go to, these are the ones with all the likes and comments and shit. Let's go. 36 minutes ago added. No wonder men have left churches. There you go. Damn. All right, this person. Welcome home, babe. Wow. Okay. What? I guess people are mad that she's still a conservative. So the Christian grift started. This is the craziest abomination of a channel / human I have ever seen. Just wait until I come across your feed. $45,000 different denominations and only one Catholic church. You have an identity that is more important to you and contradicts Christ. I don't know. It does seem mostly positive. I'll give him that. Yeah, Islam is definitely winning. What the what the fuck do half of these things fucking mean? Like, it's just boomer speak. It's just they assume everybody else is internet poisoned in the exact same way. I love the AI profiles having a lot of shit to say. Talk to the Latin mass weirdos about that. Yeah, there are also different Catholic groups. Who paid you? Oh, that's so good. Also, I don't think Blaire could detransition, honestly. Like, I think she's had the surgery, so to speak. America first, Wang half. You know you're a man, though, right? You know trans isn't even a thing, right? I love... So, I've been listening to... not anymore, but the night after the Hendrix video came out, I listened to the Twitter space Hendrix did. And one of my favorite arguments that TERFs and gender criticals will use is saying that, like, oh, trans is even a real thing. Like, they just straight up deny the existence of trans people. And part of that is so that they can better, like, have a much easier time of saying that, oh, they're just all perverted men or whatever. But it's such a wild distinction to make, because even if you don't believe that brain chemistry is different, which is absolutely, like, it is, even if you don't believe in innate differences and, like, group differences, it's like saying that any group, a social group, not an inherent group, but a social group, isn't real. Like, you're going to say cowboys aren't real. Like, Democrats aren't real. Like, fucking what? Hey, Miss Genderland.
God with people and the way that they represent him, but that's not fair, in my opinion. And this is a perfect example. I've been interested in returning to religion, but feel conflicted due to anti-gay religious right. So again, this is the point that I really want to stress. You've been interested in returning to religion, so you felt that calling like I did, but what's keeping you away from that is people. Like, really unpack.
Really, yes, no, I agree that people should absolutely unpack that, because I think the reason that people feel this massive call to religion is this collective, it's what Adorno would call, or is that Horkheimer? No, it was Guy Debord. it's what Guy Debord would call a loss of meaning. And, if you watched the video I did on simulacra and nostalgia, and I talk about Baudrillard and all that shit, I think so many people are experiencing these losses of meaning because we are constantly inundated and surrounded by algorithms that just feed us endless degrees of frictionless slop to keep us complacent, while we are still also attached enough to the world around us to see how everything is getting drastically worse, and certainly feel it in between working harder than ever for less money and everything being more expensive, et cetera, et cetera. So in the midst of all of this, I think a lot of people, especially in America, are going through this internal strife and this nascent search for meaning. I think it's also what you get for a lot of people when they've kind of settled into a role in life in their, late 20s, early 30s. And for a lot of people, religion is right there. Like it's kind of easy to go and look at. So again, this idea of it being not to undercut everything she's saying, but the idea that, you felt this call to religion. It's like, yeah, everybody feels a call to a lot of shit right now because everything is fucked up, and a lot of people want to know why, but not a lot of people actually want to sit down and listen to and dig into and possibly reform their entire worldview upon learning all this new information. Religion kind of allows you to sidestep that and go through a quote-unquote personal transformation.
Back that and really ask yourself, how much does that make sense? That I've been feeling called to God and religion, but people have dissuaded me. That's how you know that those are not the same things. People can...
What? How? That's how you know those are not... What? One of the problems I think with Blaire is that sometimes she just says shit that doesn't quite follow. Which, I get it. Sometimes I do that too. But, girl, don't keep it in the video.
Push you away from anything. But the beauty of that is it's not about them. So that's just what I had to realize and kind of mature. I'm not saying you're immature, but I had to really get there, intellectually. Actually, it doesn't matter what a single person I've ever heard talk about Christianity or how they represented it or how they behaved with it. Not a single one of those examples matters. What matters is, does this do something for me? Am I called to this? Is God real or is he not? Do you ever consider detransitioning so you can be as God intended you to be? So that's an excellent question, and I'm glad you made it because I would have maybe forgot to talk about that. There are people, obviously, when you look at people who...
Do you ever... Why would you... Of all the things... One of the most main criticisms of trans people is the thing you're like, damn, I was going to forget about it. What? Coda, humanity is entering a massive lemming cycle. Normally in history, this is culturally or geologically contained. The internet has brought the world together and being suicidally stupid. Yeah. I feel like we are... So I've been writing on and off this big old video essay on... that'll be kind of my follow-up to the nostalgia video on AI and subhumanity, or a new definition of subhumanity, as AI is beginning to foundationally chip away at the things that make human experience, but it's not the direction that the essay is taking is that it is not AI's fault. AI is just the newest form of these continual steps we've been taking. A good example of this, to kind of give a brief glance into this essay, which will not be out for months probably. But this essay, I look at education, right? And in abstraction, you can look at the way that AI is negatively affecting education, where people are using AI to write papers. AI is getting better, so it's getting harder to detect. Professors are using AI to grade papers. So what is the fucking point of assigning a book, going to classes, learning all this shit? Who is going to do that when you can just automate the whole process, and all you really have, you probably don't even have to show up. All you have to do is have the money to pay for a degree. Well, that is, at the end of the day, and you can look at that and be like, well, this is a terrible way to approach education, and what does this mean for achievement and ideas of the academic accomplishment and all this stuff? But step back a second and realize that like the way that we have built up the entire education apparatus has been for decades now, and arguably over 100 years, has been a status symbol. It has not been something that people do not go to college to learn as a way to better themselves. We aren't in the fucking 1800s anymore where people just want to read for the sake of reading and knowledge for the sake of knowledge. They go there so that they can get a degree, so that they can get a job, because we are told that if you want to get a high-paying job, if you want to have that American dream, you probably need a good degree. But now we're at a point where, again, to lump in all the shit with AI, and then top it off with the idea of like the amount of people who have degrees, have 4 to 8 year college degrees, who are working at fucking Starbucks because they can't find anything else because there's no jobs available in the field that they specialized in. And then you add into the destructive effect that AI is going to have on those fields, even further eliminating those jobs. Then you get at the idea, this bigger problem of AI in being a solution without a problem, or a solution in search of a problem. It is just the end point of so many other problems we've created. Education is just kind of one vector of that, I suppose. I forgot what I was bringing that up for. I just started talking about a thing I was writing. Sorry.
Or ex-gay Christians who the way that they feel compelled to go forward when they find God or meet God is they're living a lifestyle like they're not gay anymore. They used to be gay and they're not. They're refraining from being gay. I've seen a couple of detransitioners who found God and that helped them in that, and then they, detransitioned and all of that. And so all of that is valid if that's how you feel, called, or what you're supposed to do, or that's your life, right? But this is mine. And
yeah, no, exactly. We saw the genesis of this with for-profit colleges like the University of Phoenix, diploma mills putting diplomas in the hands of low-income people and grifting off them to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars. I think it's a I think it's a couple of things, because I think there's also an aspect of a class divide where it's become just so accepted. Like there was the whole Duke controversy a couple years ago where rich people just trying to get their kids into schools. Like, it has become so accepted that if you have enough money, you could probably just pay your way through school. And then somebody, because that's, this is what we do. In this family, we're a Yale family. Like, it's that fucking upper crust bullshit where it's like, okay, but you're good. Like, Donald Trump might have a degree. Do you think he's an actual smart person? Like, do you think he can apply or even recite any of the shit he was pointing towards in college? I kind of don't think so. And I think like a lot of problems we have can kind of one who reads, thank you for 5 months, refrain from being a fascist shill, maybe? Who have I shilled for fascism to? Huh? Are you talking to me, or are you talking to Blaire? I think he has a degree. Oh, okay. Blaire White said refrain from being gay. Okay, gotcha. I was like, oh, okay. So that wasn't, it was a resub notification, and it wasn't a message. So I was like, what? Huh? That's directly to me. The hell? What the hell? No, you got me. You're good.
And I have not felt any calling or compulsion to detransition or radically change how I look or any of that, because I realized that, again, to me, the story of Jesus is that he transcended flesh. And what is all of this if not just how I've altered my flesh? It's just external, it's superficial. And if it's about being a man as God intended,
Jesus was
y'all
trans.
know I am the last person to ever deny that that is the way I was born, that I am still male, that I am still, by definition, a man. I don't care. You know what I mean? I've never argued against that. You don't have to feel just because you...
You should though. Like that's the problem here, is that you are going, like, you're rolling over. Honey, you don't live as a man. People do not look at you in public and see a man. Like, so it is weirder that you lay down and accept this rhetoric that, like, yeah, I'm a man. It's the problem with so much of this stuff, is that they'll say like, you know, she will say that, oh, these crazy radical lefty trans people, and then talk about how, like, yeah, nobody's disputing the fact that I was born male. It's like, yeah, that's not the thing at issue here, because there is not a single trans person I know who is not at times painfully aware of how they were born. Like, there's nobody who knows their bodies better than a trans person, because they have had to build it over time, brick by brick. So the idea that you are, like, trying to throw this red meat to this conservative audience, while at the same time completely abdicating and crumpling like a paper cup, or being like, yeah, no, you can call me man, it's fine, it doesn't bother me, is like, it's so, just love yourself more, girls. Fucking have a backbone. Yeah, at this point, Blaire can't even pass as a man if it tried.
That you have truly become an opposite sex. This is a false premise made by trans activists again. So I never felt any of those kinds of ways.
No, it's not. Like, no trans person sincerely believes that you can 100% change your down to your DNA biological sex, because it is an unreality. What people do believe is that you deserve to be treated with respect, because you will be perceived at a certain level as another gender. And those genders are treated differently based on the sociological, the standards we put into masculinity and femininity and what those things mean. Like, it is not, quote unquote, denying reality or denying biology to say that trans women are women. It is a fact that they are recognized as women by a majority of society, both positively and negatively, and usually much more negatively than positively, because they have all of this transphobic bullshit on top of the women bullshit that they already have to take. Like, they are not only victimized by men, just like women are, but they additionally have an entire cadre of women who will not support them because of how they were born. And that's where, like, transphobia comes into the picture. Yeah, like, Blaire, there are so many people calling you a biological male. Like, nobody's fucking it. Oh, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, Ace 9000, even if you could change yourself on that level, they just moved the goalposts. Something, you weren't born with a woman's soul or some shit. It's absolutely that. When you listen to, and I say this as somebody who's listened recently to Turf Spaces, when you sit down and listen to those spaces, the way they talk about, oh, how you can just tell, oh, how you just know. I talked about it in the Hendrix piece, where it's just like, they take it as this innate, immovable knowledge that, oh, you can just completely, like, you can just tell at a drop of a hat what somebody was and what somebody is. And, like, it's, you can tell by somebody's shoulders. And it doesn't matter how many people you hold up and be like, this person, like, look at this beautiful woman. Look at, Hunter Schafer's a great example, where people will, so many TERFs, that one real See You Next Tuesday, Mary Kate Delvey, I think, reposted Hunter recently and was like, we'll always tell they're a man or whatever. And it's like, nah. Like, what the, you're clowning on yourself at a certain point, but they need to keep moving that goalpost.
And if there are Christians out there who feel like me being Christian is fake, or somehow, I am not truly saved by God because I am not feeling compelled to detransition, that is absolutely your right to feel that way. Just like it's my right to feel like, if I feel ever pulled to that, because that's what God tells me to do, and I feel that in my heart and soul, I have no problem obeying, I have no problem doing that. But until I feel that, it is
Fight Hobbit. I'm hella dumb and so are my friends. They clocked you as a woman seeing your stream on my phone completely out of context, and one of my coworkers had a horrified, oh no, they're hot moment. Many such cases. Many such cases. I've gotten the pleasure of being, for so many people, they're like, oh, you're trans? Okay, when you first start transitioning, a lot of trans people, a lot of queer people go on Grindr or Tinder. And what ends up happening is you will get a lot of people who might be eggs, who might just be weird, who will come to you and say, they'll try this line, and it is a fucking line, by the way. If you're a new trans egg, if you're newly cracked, if you are just starting to transition, keep this in mind. If you ever hear somebody say, well, I never thought I'd be attracted to trans people, but you're so pretty, or something like that. That's just a fucking manipulative line. Like, if that's true, one of the things I learned very quickly about starting to transition socially, and being non-binary, was like the amount it's one of those moments where I realized that, and again, this comes back to like social roles and sociology and the roles that we feel assigned through gender and the constructs around them, how we recognize secondary and primary sex characteristics, all that shit. And there have been, and I've been, again, as I've been listening to like Myron Gaines and Fresh and Fit and shit, doing my Destiny research, there are so many assertions that people will make on these podcasts. Granted, these are red pill, blockheaded spaces to begin with, but there's so many assertions that they'll make that are just like, well, men don't do this, and men don't do this, and men don't do this. And it's all shit I've never done and never identified with, right? Similarly, like on the flip side of that, I did not realize until I came out as trans and had men, ostensibly cis straight men, come into my comment section, come into my mentions and say, like, chat me up, hit me up, find out I was trans, try and like maneuver their way around that. I never understood what feminine or just women go through on dating apps until that point. Because when you're on the masculine side of things and people come into your DMs and dating apps, like, generally you're expected to make the first move. Generally speaking, like, it's just, if you want to put yourself ahead of the pack, like grading, because all women are grading on a curve on dating apps. Even if any feminine person, any pretty person, grading on a fucking curve. Because as long as you are not sending a dick pic or just being incredibly explicit, you're already setting yourself apart. And so it became this like weird mirror and understanding of like, oh no, like I don't feel comfortable with men doing that, but I do feel more comfortable being able to commiserate and relate to women over this common feminine experience of men like coming into your DMs, either first straight up harassing and sexually like being provocative just out of the fucking gate, or trauma dumping. And that's the other big one that men love to fucking do. It's fascinating because I think some of those experiences were the first time I realized, like, no, I don't identify as a man. Like this, the way that men are socially conditioned is something that I just like, I never identified with sociologically. And that's why I fall where I do. That's why I am non-binary. Because there are aspects of the feminine social condition and masculine social condition that I identify with and also explicitly reject. Like the idea of like men are supposed to do this, and you're supposed to be this, and you're supposed to do this. And I just say, nah, not me. Nah. Dr. Forbin 001, I am a man that does that. Am I crap? I am crap. I would say just don't do it. I mean, like, okay, it depends on context clues and how well you know somebody, but like, generally speaking, do not go into somebody's DMs and just start with sex stuff. Or generally speaking, don't go into someone's DMs and just start trauma dumping. Cause like, I've got it a lot, and I don't talk like to people in DMs anymore because, and I haven't really since I started OnlyFans and stuff and got like weirdos and that kind of thing. Because it's draining. It's very draining to like try and take on somebody else's emotional labor when you're like, oh, you have to dissect all this shit. Like, I am not here, and nobody should take it upon themselves. You don't need to teach the straight men about gender. Like, that is, if they're curious about it, find other resources you can send them to, but like, you do not need to be the person to fix him, for anybody who needs to hear it. Queer cranium. Since transitioning, I've only dated one cis woman. Most partners have been T for T. And like, here's the fascinating part is that cis women are more, in my experience, cis women are more open to dating trans women openly, you know? I think there was a fascinating thing. I as part of the research I've been doing for a big documentary piece I'm working on, been working on for like 6 months. As part of the research I've been doing, I was looking into like porn stats and porn usage stats, and cis women on Pornhub, I think it was 2024, searched for trans porn more than a category like big dick. Right? And granted, that's a subset of people. But I found that so fascinating that, like, we know cis straight men fucking love trans girls. But the idea of cis women, like, fantasizing about trans girls more than big dick? And I don't say that just because, like, you know, like, oh my gosh, like, this is crazy. But that is such a fundamental aspect of masculine insecurity in Western culture, in Western society. Like, it is the idea of how well endowed you are and how many women you can get on your hog, and like, has been a thing, a point of contention, a sore spot of masculinity forever. And the idea, I find it so, like, almost from an anthropological perspective, I find it so fascinating, like, to think about what that portends for, like, society, that cis women would rather fantasize about fucking a trans woman than, like, big cock. Because, again, it's this kind of thing that I think it's more of this... what's the word I'm looking for? Homoerotic fixation that a lot of men have more than anything else. I've been live for 8 hours. I've been live for 4 hours. 4.5. You'll take both, please. Careful, Slappy. I have your DMs.
Scripture says it's a sin for a man to wear woman's clothing. Absolutely. So if we want to clock, you know, all of our founding fathers who sat up in wigs and powder and high heels, who, you know, wrote the Constitution, let me know when we do that. Or let me know if that's just aimed at someone like me. Because I'm pretty sure a few lines over, it also says no mixed fabrics, and y'all aren't adhering to that. So again, it's all about people and how they feel. And if I'm wrong, or you're...
It's not... Like, again, it's fascinating to hear her, like, make these assertions that are technically correct. Like, yeah, it is the idea of what men and women's clothing is changes throughout time. This is one of the reasons that the hate church and their rules around, like, you know, men shouldn't wear this, and if you're a man, you should have your hair cut short. And I'm doing my best Steven Anderson impression. It's been a minute since I listened to him. Or, you know, women, you shouldn't wear pants, or whatever the fuck they say. And it's like, okay, but, you know, they when they were writing these things, they didn't have capris, you know? Like, there weren't yoga pants in ancient Jerusalem. The idea that these standards should apply even as society has continued to change and evolve and grow, and especially as Blaire astutely points out, like, there was an entire phase, a couple hundred years, where, like, rich and wealthy aristocracy would dress in wear that we kind of consider pretty fucking effeminate now. But then, like, she goes from that, the mind-boggling part is that she goes from that to then be like, yeah, so it's all just kind of vibes-based. And it's like, but no, it's not just vibes-based. Like, there's a balance if you actually want to call yourself a Christian. Otherwise, you're just, like, cosplaying Christianity.
You're wrong. That's okay. And if you want to check all the women in the world right now, I'm sure thousands of which are watching this video wearing jeans, which 2 seconds ago was considered, you know, cross-dressing, right? So I don't think God is too concerned with the fashion trends of the time. Because again, if he transcended flesh, he definitely transcended fabric. It comes down to people and how they interpret things, and that's fine. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If y'all are wrong, y'all are wrong. Does that make sense? It does. Women wear jeans. You know what I mean? Like 2 seconds ago, that was a whole scandal when women started wearing jeans. Right. And just like 2 seconds before that, if you were a man, you know, the manliest men of status and power wore curled wigs and powder on their face and high heels. I think God is much more concerned with my heart. In fact, there is so much more scripture to back that up than looking at technicalities about current fashion trends and what current, you know, times dictate.
The fascinating thing about this is that Blaire has a... When I was growing up, early 2000s, this kind of rhetoric, you did see churches like this, but they were regarded as more like liberal, like woo-woo, whatever goes, you know, love everybody, no brimstone churches. And I find it so fascinating how that is unironically essentially the ideology she is talking about. Like, she's representing like a Unitarian Universalist church idea of what Christianity is, and at the same time still aligning with authoritarian conservatism. Sure, dude, like, yeah, fuck it, why not? Americans don't believe in anything. Is like, that's all I can really take away from this. Nehemiah, thank you very much for 5. What did I say? God, Jesus is an NB. The hay transcends mask, fabric, mashallah.
As male or female clothing. And by the way, to make one thing abundantly clear, like, I did not want to forget this. One of the things I am not saying in this video, similar to how I'm not trying to preach, I am also not trying to say that, like, these modern super pro LGBT churches that have like drag queen story hour for kids or drag performers with kids, I absolutely do not support those churches and what they're doing. And again, I already stated I feel uncomfortable with churches in general. I go straight to God. I definitely know that inappropriate performances around kids or introducing kids to sexual concepts is wrong, and I believe that before I found God. So that is not what I'm saying when I'm like trans and gay people should feel free and comfortable to explore religion. I'm saying exactly that. I think that everybody, and this is biblical, should feel comfortable and open and welcome to finding God, right? And if you don't feel open and comfortable in a church, neither do I. But maybe no one told you you don't need that. And maybe some people feel like they do need that because they need to explain to them. And I did feel that way also at the beginning of my journey with Christ, because I felt like the Bible is so complicated, it's so old, there's so many different denominations saying that it says this and it says this. There's been so many translations. There's been books taken out. I really...
So, okay. So, again, I'm just befuddled here because here she is correctly talking about how, like, the Bible and religion and these denominations is a very complicated and personal process. And the thing she's going to take away from this is, no, I can just handle this. I can just raw dog this all on my own. We're all good. We're all good.
Really big believer in, this is just my personal thing, I'm a big believer in, when I went to learn about the Bible, I prayed to God for the discernment to figure it out through that and through the relationship with God. And I still don't have it figured out, but just to have the eyes to see and to read.
Bitch, what do you mean? What do you mean when you learned about the Bible, you prayed to God to be able to learn about the Bible? What? So you mean to tell me, Blaire, you mean to tell me that when you sat down to read the Bible, you prayed to God so that you could better understand the Bible? This is not how... This is a fascinating look at... Sorry, let me sniffle really quick. This is a fascinating look not at how, like, objective and rational thought gathers to religion, but how religion reinforces a confirmation bias, where she already wanted to be a part of this thing, and every step along the way that she's described, which, unless I missed something, was not a personal moment or journey. She's keeping that close to the chest. Whatever, that's her personal journey. But has just been a matter of convenience for her. Like the problem with this is that, and as she's talked about here, is that Christianity is not, some people might say it's open to anybody, but one of the big problems with this doctrinal difference thing and why there are so many different disputes is that it's not just something that you're supposed to go with no rules. Like, if you call yourself a Christian, people expect that you will live by certain rules. And the problem with this kind of this dumbing down or this watering down of adherence to those rules, or this like, well, I can just interpret anything the way I want it to be at any time on my own because I have a personal relationship with God, is it means that, like, you are then creating a space for this religion where people can call themselves Christians, sell themselves and advertise themselves as Christians, as somebody who are against murder and against killing and against all this other shit. And it's really the ideological long-term project of conservatism to have that, but then turn around and, like she was talking about, you know, people can call themselves Christian, but then sign bombs that go kill babies in Palestine. People can call themselves Christian, but then, you know, they'll sexually assault somebody or all this other shit. And this, at a lower level, this kind of thinking is what enables that. And I think that's what I find so fucking disingenuous about it.
And to truly understand where the truth lies, what's been altered in the Bible, because unfortunately, you know what I mean, a lot of Christians on online lately are coming to understand things like the Schofield Bible, and there's no denying the Bible has been messed with. Because of course the devil's going to mess with the Bible. But there are core tenets, there are core stories, there are plot holes that actually do neatly get filled in when you're willing to look at some of the banned books of the Bible that once were canonical and maybe are not now, right?
She's talking about the Apocrypha?
And I get that.
She's
but
going
the beauty
into the
of God, in my opinion,
she's going into the Bible director's
he's like all
cut?
things at once. So even though he's so complicated, he's also so simple. And when you really like go in with the intention of like, I am empowered enough to understand this on my own. I am empowered enough to go through God to figure all this out. He really does provide that to you. And that's been my personal experience. Again, not that I'm some final boss biblical expert. I am not about to be accepting any invitations after this for debates from Christian channels who I'm sure...
No, exactly. Like, Bunny, it's really good if you could ignore all the bad parts. Yeah, no, hey, the Bible is balling out if you just take all the shit that you don't like out. And that goes for actually all religion. I don't ever want to hear Blaire White, by the way, talk shit about Islam ever. Because guess what? If you could call yourself a Christian based off of what doesn't seem like a very sturdy understanding of scriptural history and biblical literacy, then like you have no right ever calling an Islam a Muslim person an Islamic radical or anything like that, because you don't know what they actually believe. Hey, maybe they just don't like those parts of the Bible. Huh? You ever think about that? Maybe it's just more of a feeling for them, huh? I'm willing to bet she's going to talk shit about Islam at some point in the future. I'm willing to bet that she will not reserve this same open-mindedness for Muslims. Where did I get my earring? The earring was from a Spirit Halloween piece at some point. Islam is just Christianity with the Muhammad DLC. That's fucking funny. All right, let's finish this up really quick.
Or have a million little things they want to nitpick. Just like a denomination they agree with is going to nitpick what they say. If you know, you know. If you know what I'm talking about, you get it. If you don't, that's okay. So I hope you guys understand.
Always the most solid logic.
Being as humble as I possibly can. I'm going to be reading all the comments on this one for sure. So let me know all of you guys' thoughts. Thank you so much to Merge Cooking for sponsoring this video. Make sure you guys go download the game. Check them out.
Wow, y'all. God damn, Blaire. That is... That's a lot. That's a lot, girl. Look, we've picked apart a lot of this stuff. And I don't want this to solely be just me shitting on Blaire. I've stopped trying to just call everybody stupid, like poo-poo doo-doo heads, or calling people stupid or insulting people's intelligence. For one, because I think it gives people too much. I think it gives people too much of an out for the conscious decisions they make, and the harm that those things do, which I think people are more aware of than, you know, if you say, oh, this person's just dumb and they're saying this shit, I think it lets them off the hook a little bit. But for two, because I don't think everybody is actually as stupid as they might let on. That being said, I I'm curious if this is something that Blaire is going to continue pursuing in the future. Because what I see is her more likely than not following the Tucker Carlson route, which is just to, maybe she will do it in private. Maybe she will have her private little sanctimoniousness and relationship with God. But at the end of the day, I think it's going to be just more of an ideological shield, or another thing that she can use to kind of graft herself to the larger conservative movement. The people who with the understanding that she has that there are more people who will probably welcome her with open arms, with the caveat that she's trans, than people who will call her an apostate and a queer and all that shit. So, like, I think overall this is a popularity move for her. The thing I'm fascinated about for the future is if she becomes like a Melanie Mac type, like if she has a whole fucking Bible verse reading channel or some shit. But at the end of the day, I think this is a really good look at, if nothing else, how religion often serves to reaffirm itself, how it can confirm the things you already want it to confirm, and especially when it comes to like modern evangelical Christianity, man, it's the pick and choose of it for me. It's really the pick and choose of it all that I find is so. I don't know what we're gonna do with you, Blaire. I always get this puffy hair back. Hello, dog. Hello, dog. Hello, dog. Hello, dog. Hello, baby. Hello, little puppy. Okie dokie, chat. I have been streaming for almost 5 hours. Oh, we already read the comments. Shockingly, not actually that engaging or interesting. If you aren't following, go check out and follow. I'm gonna try and get to 10,000 subbies by the end of the year. Let's go over. I guess Hassan is Hassan still in fucking China? Jesus. Sean DeBlack, Ren Vixen, Ophelia Valentine, Connor Eats Pants, Naughty Roomba, and you know what? We're gonna go say hi to Farah. Pheromone. We haven't said hi to Farah. Oh yeah, there's another yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 with Pheromone. And go say hi. I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you all so much for joining and donating, and stay tuned to the channel. I think I'll probably do a stream highlight of this.